Taco Bell. Third and final game of this weekend series between the visiting Boston Red Sox. The final go-round this year for Big Papi, and he's enjoying it, and he is hitting well right now as the Red Sox take on the Astros and all of their young talent led by the reigning American League Rookie of the Year, 21-year-old Carlos Correa. Let's take a look at what's already gone on this weekend. It was all about Mookie Betts on Friday night. 4 hits, including a double and a couple of triples. He was running wild on the bases, and the Red Sox beat the Astros 6-2. Yesterday, Colby Rasmus drives in 4 with 1 swing of the bat. An 8-3 win for Houston to even up the series. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Houston. Glad you're along with us. Dan Shulman, Jessica Mendoza, and Aaron Boone. A lot of excitement around the Astros, even though they're off to a sluggish start so far this year at 6-12. The excitement because of last year when they made the playoffs, won a wild card game, gave Kansas City all sorts of trouble in a division series before falling in 5. And the excitement also because of a young star like Carlos Correa.
Well, Dan, he was the 2015 AL Rookie of the Year, but he is one of the best players in the game, period, regardless of the fact that he's only 22 years old. A lot of times we talk about 5 tools, but what makes Carlos Correa good are 3 specific assets that he has that I feel like separates him from any other player in the game. First, it starts with his offense and what he can do with his bat. Look at the length of his swing in the hitting zone, where his barrel gets in the back behind his body and through the zone. This allows him to hit to all fields. Then his body control. Look, all 6'4" of him and what he can do in that 5-6 hole to get the ball back thrown across his body. Now look at his legs. The explosiveness, you see it here with the stolen base, but you'll also see it on defense. You're going to see it in the batter's box. This guy can do so many things well, but those 3 in particular set him apart from any other player in baseball.
One of the things that sets David Ortiz apart from most other people in baseball is at 40 years of age, he is still a very productive player. It's his final go-round, Aaron, and he's getting presents all over the place. He received a cowboy hat here on Friday night, the opening game of the series, and you can see he's going to enjoy this ride. But it's not just about getting gifts. It's about still being a really good hitter, and David Ortiz is still a really good hitter.
Yeah, he's still a great hitter, really, and I think outside of the great Ted Williams, I think he's the most significant Red Sox player in the last 100 years. That's the impact he's had on this organization. And when most guys announce their retirement, usually they're a shell of the player they once were. That is not the case with David Ortiz. He is still a monster in the middle of that lineup. And if they are going to win the East or be a playoff team, it would figure that David Ortiz has another monster season.
And what do you know? He's standing by with a Buster Olney.
And David, as you begin your last season in the big leagues, why do you think you're off to such a great start?
I don't know. Is that good? I'm just having fun, man, you know, and as I tell everyone, you know, for a guy like me, I gotta keep on improving through the season because, you know, I get to be pitched tough, so I gotta make adjustments, you know, through the season. So sometimes take a minute to get there, you know. Right now I'm just like, you know, making an adjustment, you know, just trying to stick with what they give me. Sometimes at the beginning of the season you want to try to hit badly, you try to overdo things, and it doesn't work that way. So, you know, I'm trying to be more patient now and just stay with the plan that I have right now.
Your OPS is close to 1,000. You're hitting so well. Any thought about coming back in 2017?
No, I still, you know, have my plans. Like I already announced it, but you never know. I might make a comeback like Roger Clemens. I used to play at home.
David, thanks. Dan, back to you.
All right, Buster. He's sure having a good time. He's driven in 14 runs in 17 games to start the season as he tries to lead the Red Sox to a series win here in Houston. It is Papi's farewell, but he's going out with a bang, still driving in runs and hitting homers. The roof is closed here in Houston this evening. We've got Sunday Night Baseball for you. The Red Sox and the Astros wrapping up this series. Let's check out the starting lineup for the Red Sox right now, brought to you by Taco Bell.
Well, the best hitter in this lineup is at the top with Mookie Betts. He has been red hot. .474 batting average the last 4 games. Capable of hitting to all fields. Now, a name that's not as big is Travis Shaw. This is a guy not only earned his way into this lineup, but he leads the team in batting average and on base percentage.
And on the mound tonight for the Houston Astros, 33-year-old right-hander Scott Feldman making his 4th start of the season. He is 0-2 with an ERA of .411. He's a big guy, Aaron, but he's not an overpowering guy out there.
No, and it's important that he mixes all his pitches. It's 3 kinds of fastballs: cut fastball, sinking fastball, a big curveball. Because he's not overwhelming from a stuff standpoint, he's got to mix and match and use all quadrants of the strike zone.
And a little bit of rain earlier, and of course that's a very serious issue here in these parts with the flooding that they sustained last week and still some further threat of flooding. There was rain this afternoon. The roof is closed. As the Red Sox and Astros get ready to go, Mookie Betts leading it off for Boston. We showed you what he did on Friday night. 4 hits, including a couple of triples. Had a terrific year last year. Is on a tear over his last 4 games. And he will face a shift. And when you face the Astros, no surprise you face a shift. They shift about as much as anybody, and they've got 3 on the left side of the infield against Betts. Betts has some power, has some speed, a ton of extra base hits. And he finds a hole on the right side for a leadoff single. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN is presented by the Beefy Crunch and Cheesy Double Beef Burritos. You asked for them. Taco Bell brought them back for just $1. And in part by Otesla. Learn more at Otesla.com. And Nissan, innovation that excites. So Betts, who has some speed, is aboard to begin the ball game for the Red Sox. And the batter is Dustin Pedroia. The Red Sox can try a number of different things with this combination. Feldman a long time in the set, and it's grounded fair down the third baseline by Pedroia. On his way to third is Betts, and now he's going to be held after he makes the turn. Scampers back on the double by Pedroia.
And guys, they weren't necessarily in a shift there, but certainly Gonzalez playing off the line. Pedroia, who had a similar double in yesterday's ball game. Gonzalez playing in the threat of the bunt. There you see that 2-seam fastball run in, and Pedroia's able to be quick enough, get the barrel of the bat to it, and really no chance for Gonzalez, because they will try and take away that 5-6 hole, and every now and then it'll cost them. Here it does with an extra base hit.
So a terrific start for the Red Sox. A single by Betts, a double by Pedroia. And now here's Xander Bogaerts, who missed yesterday's game after getting hit by a pitch on the right wrist Friday. Breaking ball misses inside for ball 1.
And this is a really good sign, getting Bogaerts back, who had started to really heat up. It was a scary looking hit by pitch, and good news for Bogaerts and the Red Sox that it wasn't too serious.
Well, it was Friday night in the 9th inning. Luke Gregerson was on the mound for the Astros, and a fastball got away from him up and in. And it was headed right towards the chin of Bogaerts. He got the chin out of there, but not the wrist. X-rays taken, it came back negative. Bogaerts misses 1 game and is back here on Sunday night.
He was so swollen yesterday, had a hard time just picking up the bat. I saw it today, and obviously the treatment that he was able to get, especially being in the night game, gave him 2 days to heal.
Ground ball down to first. Sliding stop by Tyler White. He'll make the play at first, and the runners hold.
Well, there's no doubt about it that Xander Bogaerts was trying to work the ball the other way here, trying to get a runner to third with less than 2 outs. both his swings in this at-bat, Jess, were designed to go the other way. A little surprised to not see Betts take off as White makes a really good play. You see the kind of inside-out swing. Had Betts read that properly, he scampers home probably easily.
Especially because you see where Tyler White had to go, turning his back. He was prepared to come up and throw, but with Mookie Betts' speed, there's no way he would have had him.
Good job by Pedroia, too, of not running Betts off. Your instinct is to just go there, and he's able to scamper back.
And now the Astros will put Ortiz on. They'll intentionally walk him and load the bases with 1 out to face Hanley Ramirez, and you can see the smirk on the face of David Ortiz. Any surprise this early in the game you would do this? I mean, you got a base open. It's a right-handed batter coming up.
No, I think as long as David Ortiz is swinging the bat like he is, a lot's going to fall on Hanley Ramirez, who from a power standpoint hasn't really got it going yet. But anytime there's a right-handed pitcher, a lot's going to fall on Hanley Ramirez to clean up these basers.
Well, in his last start Tuesday against Texas, Scott Feldman had a terrible time in the first inning. You can see it there, 41 pitches. And he said in the aftermath of that game, I've got to be better next time out in the first inning. He's in a jam right now. Although, to be fair, the base hit by Betts was a ground ball to the opposite field with the shift on the left side. But no matter how you look at it right now, it's bases loaded, 1 out, and a dangerous hitter in Hanley Ramirez at the plate. Chopper weakly hit. They'll get 1 at second and not in time at first. Just not hit hard enough, and the fielder's choice will drive in a run.
Good job here by Gonzalez of getting that lead runner at second base. Feldman runs that 2-seam fastball in and jams Hanley Ramirez. You see Gonzalez aggressively getting that force out, and Altuve doing all he can, but way too slow developing of a play to get Ramirez.
And now John Farrell is out, and I think he may be asking if Altuve's foot was on the bag at second.
First glance, I thought he definitely held it. I thought he came off, but then re-tagged the bag with his right foot. We'll get a look at it here. Is that right foot on it?
I don't think so. The left foot was the one that was on the base.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, he's off the base.
And the right foot was beside the base. I don't know if that's conclusive because you can't. This one might be conclusive if you can see the toes on the right foot.
No.
The left is off.
And the right's off.
View.
They might have a case here.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And I think, look, this is a normal way a good second baseman would make this play. The problem is for Altuve, he's trying to be so quick with it and to steal an out, but with Ramirez running and as slow developing a play, there's no reason to try and rush. You've got to make sure you just secure the force out at second base. Your clock should tell you you're not going to have a chance of getting Hanley Ramirez, and he's definitely off the base there.
And this is what we're seeing now with the neighborhood play not coming into effect, is a lot of these middle infielders have that rhythm about them. They're used to be able to get away with being able to pull off a little bit early and still get the out. And that's not the case now this year with the new rule.
Yeah, any way you slice it, that's a mistake by Altuve. I think it's a bad rule because it's now teaching really good second basemen to do something that's a little awkward. But in this situation, you've got to know that there's not probably going to be a play at first and just get the force out at second base.
You think it's a bad rule because it's not the way it's always been done?
Yeah, because there's certain plays, especially with good middle infielders and good second basemen, where your foot does come off the bag, but it's not gaining you an advantage. And now you're asking quality second basemen to kind of relearn the position a little bit. And look, good second baseman, you can't get to them anyway. They know how to protect themselves out there.
But you got to change. I mean, that's what the rule dictates, and it's part of the game. And to me, that's where the slide rule and the neighborhood play go hand in hand. I mean, they changed the slide rule so that you're going directly at the bag and not at the position player, which is why the neighborhood play was kind of okay in the past, because you got to get out of there because people are coming at you. But now they got to come at the bag. They have to have a bona fide slide. So now a middle infielder has to stay on the bag.
And he's going to be safe. So the challenge pays off for the Red Sox.
My problem with it is you're rewarding the mediocre second baseman, and you're asking a good second baseman who doesn't need protection. And look, I think the change in the slide rule is okay. I think you should absolutely have to hit the ground first.
And Altuve is going to get charged with an error. So it's fielder's choice and an RBI, and then E4 allowing Ortiz to be safe at second. So a big play, a run in, bases loaded, 1 out. And here's Travis Shaw playing third base for Boston. Won the job in spring from Pablo Sandoval, who subsequent to that has now gone on the DL with an apparent shoulder injury. Shaw had a great spring and has carried that over into the regular season. He's hitting .345 right now. And John Farrell told us before the game, a little bit better at third base than maybe they had expected. He shows good range to his left, surprising reactions and anticipation to his right. And one thing he's done, Jess, ever since he got to the big leagues last year, he swings the bat very well.
And for power. And that's exactly what they've needed, especially now with Hanley. We talked about the lack of power in the position before him. Right now, if I'm Travis Shaw, I'm splitting the plate in half, meaning we've seen from Feldman, I mean, so far it's been the curveball. We've seen a four-seamer up in the zone, but he's trying to work the plate left and right ideally. And if I'm Shaw, I'm either going to sit away or sit inside, find one part of that plate. And with the shift on and that curveball in his back pocket, I'd sit on the outer half.
Red Sox looking for a big first inning here in Houston. Fouled off to stay alive at 1-2.
He's definitely got him thinking now, Feldman. He's thrown a good cutter in on his hands, a couple of those slow breaking balls, and Shaw, who's a really smart hitter at a very young age, you can see him kind of trying to think along with him, and Feldman has not, although he's struggling this inning, has not fallen into a pattern. There's a lot of ways he can go right now.
And time called just as Feldman was starting towards the plate. So a single by Betts, a double by Pedroia. Bogarts grounded out. Ortiz intentionally walked, and then a run coming into the fielder's choice off the bat of Ramirez. Ortiz safe at second because Altuve was not on the bag when he took the throw. Had taken his left foot off the base already. There was frustration for Altuve last night when he got tagged out on a play at third. Now frustration for him tonight on a defensive play that could be very costly.
And that's just a show me pitch. That was intended to be a ball. I think they're either going to go back to that breaking ball or try to come in with something hard in. They've got Travis Shaw conscious because they cut the ball in on him. They can go two-seamer in there or go back to that cutter.
Away again, full count. Waiting on deck, Brock Holt getting a start in left field tonight. No team's given up more runs in the first inning this year than the Houston Astros. 25, including the one tonight. 26, and it's 2-0 Boston.
Well, the Astros set that pitch up well, but Feldman just did not execute. You saw Jason Castro there jump inside after a couple pitches away. As we look at the sequence here, breaking ball good to start for a strike, fastball up and out of the zone, then the cut fastball in on the hands, another breaking ball, then two fastballs where they miss off the plate away. That set up him for the inside pitch, but he just couldn't get it there. It drifted back over the heart of the plate, but way down low.
So 2-0. The bases remain loaded, and the batter is Brock Holt, hitting .289. Holt has played pretty much all left field this year. He did start at shortstop last night because Bogarts was out, and Holt started at 7 different positions last year. He can do pretty much everything, but he has settled mainly into the left fielder's role this year because Rusney Castillo didn't have a good spring, and the Red Sox sent him down to AAA. Big contract and all. And Holt getting the bulk of the at-bats. John Farrell, Dave Dombrowski have said it's the guys who are going to help them win who are going to play, not the guys who are getting paid. So Sandoval lost his job in the spring. Then the apparent shoulder injury. Castillo's at AAA. And Feldman's fighting it right now. Red Sox have been very productive in the first inning. We told you Houston's also been productive offensively, actually, but they've been the worst team in baseball holding other teams down in the first inning. Ortiz down the line at third, Ramirez at second, Shaw at first, and the count in Holt's favor. A.J. Hinch says more than the 6-12 record, it's the way they have been playing at times. The lack of attention to detail, some mental mistakes, hurting themselves. That's what bothers him the most about how Houston's played so far. There's a strike and the count is full.
Feldman just not a good feel so far for consistently with his two-seam fastball. You pointed out to it earlier, Booney, with just getting in to these lefties, but even working away as well.
Left center field. Diving catch made by Gomez, but Ortiz can tag and come home. That'll make it 3-0.
Because of where the runners were, Carlos Gomez was playing in, and because of that, he's able to get to this ball, which otherwise would have dropped in. Just a good read right off the bat. We've seen him struggle early in the season with his reads, but this one, without a doubt, that's a big risk. He misses that, bases are clearing. But I like the risk, especially because of his positioning before the pitch.
So a 3-0 lead for the Red Sox. Runners at first and second. With 2 down, and the batter is Ryan Hanigan. Hanigan, the veteran catcher, who spent most of his big league career as a member of the Cincinnati Reds. And a ground ball to short. That'll end the inning on the force play at second. But it's a messy one for the Astros, and the Red Sox take advantage and score 3. At Minute Maid Park, a productive top of the first for the Red Sox. They've got a 3-0 lead, and Altuve error figured prominently in that inning. Let's check out the starting lineup now for the Astros, presented by Taco Bell.
Well, one of the faces of this team and of Major League Baseball, Jose Altuve at the top. has led the American League in hits and stolen bases the last couple of seasons, hitting for more power early in the season so far. And then Colby Rasmus in the cleanup spot has really found a home here in Houston and is off to a tremendous start, a huge grand slam in yesterday's victory over the Red Sox.
And getting called up from AAA Pawtucket to make the start tonight is left-hander Henry Owens. He made 11 starts for the Red Sox last year, 4-4 with a 4.57 ERA. He is up with the Red Sox right now because Joe Kelly has gone on the disabled list with a sore shoulder. Owens was due to start yesterday at AAA, so he's got an extra day. And between innings, Buster Olney down on the field told us that Owens came in really early, earlier than a visiting pitcher tends to. So between that, from the bullpen we're talking, so between that and the long top of the first inning, almost half an hour since he finished his warm-up pitches. Three-time All-Star Jose Altuve leads it off. Altuve, in spite of the error that you saw in the top half of the inning, he's off to a terrific start this year, hitting over 300, hitting for power, 5 homers. He has scored 17 runs in 18 games. And what a dynamic combination they've got up the middle of the diamond in Altuve at second and Correa at short.
And as great as he's been, he's really starting to evolve as a hitter too. What I mean is starting to pick spots where he can hit for more power, where he can jump on a pitch, look to do some damage in different spots, and also working the count a little bit more, drawing more walks than he ever has.
Well, this is a perfect guy to do it against. I mean, it starts him out 3-0, and honestly, Henry Owens' MO right now is the fact his control, especially with that fastball.
John Farrell said it's all about fastball command, as it is for so many pitchers, but maybe for Owens more than most. In his 3 starts in the minors this year in 18 innings, he only gave up 8 hits, but he walked 10 batters.
This might have been a situation down 3-0. Owens struggling with his command. Altuve probably taken all the way there on that 3-1 pitch.
Yanks the 3-2 into the left field corner. And Altuve on his way to second, digging hard and in there with a double. That is his 13th extra base hit in the 19th game of the season.
And as much as we talk about Altuve and how much he's evolved, this is classic Altuve. He takes a pitch that he'd just taken before, gets it a little bit lower, but watch what he does with his lower half. He's going to get that front foot down, and his hands, this pitch is away from his body. Look at what his hands do reaching. He's 5'5", but he's able to get around that ball and pull it down the line for a double.
He is a great player.
He really is.
He really is. Leadoff double for Altuve now. Here is George Springer. And a big swing and a miss by the Houston right fielder. Got some pop. 4 home runs already. Hitting .288 on the season. This young core, they're not all the same age. Correa is much younger, but Springer, Altuve, still a young player. Dallas Keuchel, the reigning Cy Young Award winner in the American League. It was a big year for the Astros last year. They won 86 games with a second wild card. Remember, they faded at the end of the season with a second wild card, but then they went to Yankee Stadium. They beat the Yankees. Keuchel got the win. And they had the Kansas City Royals on the ropes in the division series.
You could argue that they played the Royals better in the postseason than the Mets did at the World Series. I mean, they gave them a run for their money.
They were up. This will be painful for Houston fans. They were up 6-2 going to the 8th inning in Game 4. They were 6 outs away with a 4-run lead from eliminating Kansas City. Royals got 5 in the 8th, 2 in the 9th, won that game, won Game 5, and of course eventually won the World Series. But the big step forward that Houston took last year, the reason why there's so much excitement for them coming into this year, but it has not been easy so far. They're 6-12. The starting pitching has not been good at all. In fact, the only team in the American League with a worse rotation ERA than Houston is Boston. But a long way to go. Change up in the dirt, 2-2.
And a key for Owens tonight to keep an eye on is command of the fastball into the right-handed hitters. Because primarily against the righties, he's going to be fastball, changeup. He's not overpowering with the fastball, but he has to have a presence on the inside part of that plate because that'll make his changeup more effective to the righties. And that's ultimately the pitch he wants to get these guys out with. But if he can't command the inside part of the plate, these power hitting righties for the Astros can jump on some mistakes out over the plate.
Boy, a lot of movement on that pitch. Hannigan, he just kept moving his glove to the left before he finally caught up to it well inside.
Well, that's 4 straight changeups now by Henry Owens. He wanted the ball on the outer half, understandably with the changeup, but it just kind of cuts across and I think kept going a little more than even Hannigan thought. Way off the plate in.
And there's ball 4. So Carlos Correa, 21 years of age, the Rookie of the Year in the American League last year, first overall pick back in 2012, and he seemingly has had stardom written all over him from the moment that he was drafted. He's got power, he's got poise, he's got maturity. He does not turn 22 until September. He was the number 3 hitter for about 75 or 80 games last year as a 20-year-old rookie, and he is solidly in that 3 spot in the Astros lineup again this year as he takes a strike. They'll sell a few Correa jerseys in this town.
Yeah, they will.
All right, Aaron, get a hold of yourself. It has the makings of a long night the way that this one has started. You got to pace yourself, my friend. 3-0 Boston, bottom of the first.
That's the pitch right there. As you look at all-time 3-hole hitters before age 22, pretty elite company that Carlos Correa is in, and that was on a very good Astro team a season ago.
One ball, 2 strikes on Correa.
You're just watching the reaction of these right-handed hitters when Owens does come inside. You can tell they're not ready for it. It's got a lot of late movement late when he can get it for a strike and just basically above the knees. Could be a very good pitch.
Runner breaks from second, throw down by Hannigan, not in time. Stealing it easily is Altuve, already his 8th stolen base on the season.
Well, another part of Jose Altuve's game, but this Astros team game, power and a lot of speed. Down 3-0, no outs. Altuve realized he could got a good read out there on Henry Owens after sitting out there for a number of pitches, gets an outstanding jump, gets himself to third.
The 2-2. And he fights it off.
Now that's an effective pitch right there. It's off the plate in, and that's what Carlos Correa is asking the home plate umpire now. Was that a strike? And it's a borderline pitch. K-Zone had it off the plate in and maybe just a little bit up, but it's close, and that is an effective pitch because if he can command that, that will make his very good changeup that much more effective going forward with these right-handed hitters.
Gets him with a changeup for out number 1.
Exactly what you said, Booney. He came up high and in with the fastball. Look at where it gets him on his hands. All of a sudden, this is in your head as a hitter. You have to protect that pitch. And how do you protect it? You get out front. Now he comes back, executes the changeup, and look at how out in front, because he triggers his hands to protect himself from the high inside fastball missing on the slow and away changeup.
So out number 1 recorded by Owens. Now he'll face Colby Rasmus, off to a great start this year. We showed you the grand slam that he hit yesterday. That was off Clay Buchholz. Rasmus has 6 home runs, 16 runs driven in already. And he takes a little bit outside, ball 1. Rasmus just seems a lot more comfortable in Houston than he did either in St. Louis or Toronto. Accepted the qualifying offer from the Astros, 1 year, $15.8 million, instead of deciding to become a free agent. He's happy to be back. They're happy to have him back. One of the anchors in this lineup right now.
Well, he's always been a power guy, but he's never, until the end of last season, been a complete power guy. And what I mean by that is being able to have power to all fields, and you hear that, but he made adjustments with his stance, with his swing, with his barrel. You'll see him get into his stance. He'll go a lot more flat with his barrel. His hands will be closer to his body, and what that's allowed him to do is have that power threat to go to left field and not just right field.
Ball 3. This is the issue for Owens. Can he command the strike zone with his fastball? And it's been spotty here in the bottom of the first.
And why, to this point in his young career, while he's actually struggled a little bit with left-handed hitters, because his best secondary pitch is the changeup that we saw to Correa, but because he sprays his fastball so much, he falls behind. Don't want to do that against a guy like Rasmus.
A strike, 3-1.
You know, just watching Hannigan catch him early tonight, you can tell that he's missing spots, because I don't think we've seen him set and hit the glove of Hannigan of anywhere he's set up, especially with his fastball.
First start in the big leagues this year for Henry Owens, 12th of his career. 3-1 way up in the air, very shallow right down the line. Betts will come over and make the catch, bluffing a start Altuve, and he'll scamper back to third. That's out number 2.
And that's a big out for Owens, because with Altuve's speed, we saw him steal third base. Even though the outfield was in, if that ball had been any deeper, Altuve would have been able to score. With the infield had been playing back, a ground ball. There were so many options to get a run for Houston.
And now with 2 down, the Astros will bring up a guy who was a great story to start the season, Tyler White, a 33rd round pick a few years back out of Western Carolina. And he was the player of the week in the American League the first week of the season, but he has cooled off recently. He is 3 for his last 28 as the runner Springer will take second as that ball just snuck behind Hannigan.
As Owens continues to kind of spray his fastball, Hannigan struggling to kind of catch him overall. Probably a ball he definitely should have handled, a little fastball that short hops him and just squirts away. But give Springer a lot of credit for reading that, aggressively taking off for second base and getting another runner into scoring position now for the Astros.
Pass ball charged to Hannigan on the play. Base hit could bring in a couple here. White hitting .298, showing some power with 5 home runs. He's driven in a dozen. So think about what a 33rd round pick means. With 30 teams and some supplemental picks, that means roughly 1,000 players were chosen in 2013 before Tyler White was, and here he is in the big leagues.
And the fact that he was a walk-on in college at West Carolina, I mean, this is a guy that's always been the underdog.
Takes a strike, 2-1.
Yeah, Dan, you're pretty good with math. Number 977 overall.
How did you find that out? I Googled that like crazy and I couldn't find anything on that.
I have my sources.
You got people. I know. Buster's got people. 2-1 the count on White. Altuve down the line at third. Got to keep an eye on him. He never sits still on the base paths. Fouled off. The changeup, 2-2. But White had a great spring, swung the bat very well. One of the knocks on him has been, does he have the kind of power you'd like to see from a first baseman? He's been a 12, 15 homer guy in the minors, but he's already got 5 so far here in the first 3 weeks in the big leagues.
I think he's going to be a really good major league hitter. You know, he may not have the ceiling you like of some first baseman from maybe that power standpoint you talk about, but I think there's a chance this guy's a very productive hitter for a long time. Really good short swing, great bat path to the ball, and off to a great start in his rookie campaign.
Up in the air in foul territory. It is playable for Shaw, and the Astros let a golden opportunity slip away here in the bottom of the first. On ESPN, a 3-0 lead for the Red Sox. Number 9 hitter Jackie Bradley Jr. leads it off against Scott Feldman. Bradley hitting .222 on the season. Two of the runs in the first inning for the Red Sox were unearned as a result of that error charge to Altuve. The neighborhood play when he took his left foot off the bag before he took the throw from third baseman Marwin Gonzalez. The Red Sox challenged. They won the challenge. That was a big play in that inning. The runs for the Red Sox coming in on a fielder's choice, a bases loaded walk, and a sacrifice fly. Houston, and 18 games into the season, they have not won consecutive games yet this year. They have not even managed to win 2 in a row at any point. They are 6-12 on the season. They had a tough time in Arlington during the week. They were swept by the Rangers. They've now lost 10 in a row in Arlington, obviously going well back into last season.
A lot of it's been the first inning. When you start, your mindset, if you're behind right from the get-go, and A.J. Hinch talked to us about that before the game.
Bradley went around. He's saying at least appeal down to third, and home plate umpire Tony Randazzo says, I got it right here. You swung. And John Farrell wants to keep his center fielder in the game.
If anything, this seemed very borderline to the naked eye. Like, you definitely have to check this, and I don't think he went, first of all, which makes it even worse.
Yeah.
I feel like if you call that, and I'm okay with the home plate umpire making the call, but I feel like if you do, you better be right. He did not go on that pitch.
Bradley upset. Farrell got out there in a hurry. Now back to the top of the order for Betts. Betts is now 10 for his last 20 with 10 runs scored over that period. That's the previous 4 games plus the first at bat tonight. This guy has stardom written all over him. Popped it up. 2 down. Well, as we mentioned off the top of the show, the weather has been a big concern, to say the least, here over the last week and a half. Flooding around the Houston area has taken 8 lives over the last 10 days. Millions of dollars of damages, thousands of homes damaged. Record rainfall came down at a rate as high as 4 inches per hour. Flooding waterways at rapid rates and leaving residents trapped in their own homes and vehicles. And the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for the greater Houston area tonight. That shot was looking east, that last shot that you saw. The Astros Foundation has been holding raffles during all 3 games of this series, with proceeds going to the American Red Cross Houston flood relief efforts. And we certainly hope that the worst is over. Colby Rasmus is also donating money, $1,000 for each home run that he hits this season, to an organization that assists in veterans assisting emergency response workers who are helping out with the flood relief efforts here in the Houston area as well. So our thoughts and prayers go out to all of those who have been affected by the flooding here over the last week and a half. 2 down in the inning, 3-0. The Red Sox lead the Astros. Dustin Pedroia doubled and scored his first time up. That makes him now 11 for 24 off Scott Feldman in his career. Aaron, did you have 11 for 24 type of ownage off anybody in your career? Who was your guy?
I only know the guys that own me. There are plenty of them.
Two. And it's outside, a full count.
See, and Scott Feldman, who's had trouble with the Red Sox throughout the course of his career, 0-4 with an ERA over 10 and 23 innings pitched coming in. Because he doesn't have overwhelming stuff and he has to get you out on the corners or off the plate, historically the Red Sox have been a team.
That's a fair ball. Going to be another extra base hit for Pedroia. At least 2. Thinking 3. Altuve's relay not in time. Pedroia with a triple.
And this is what makes Dustin Pedroia so good. He's already far enough off the plate, but you look at the location of this pitch and watch where it is. It's not even on the plate. He just throws his hands. And this is a guy who's 5'7", 5'8", throwing his hands, and it gets to the wall. And as soon as he is out of the box, he's thinking triple all the way. He digs in, thinking third base, just by a little poke with the hands, and now he's standing in for a triple.
What I love about that play, too, is you saw the subtle peek by Dustin Pedroia. A lot of times you think the third base coach has to help you on that ball behind you.
Here's Bogaerts.
Pedroia made that decision entirely on his own without the help of the third base coach. That little peek in between first and second, he got a gauge of where the ball was in the corner, where Springer was, and he decides right now, I'm going to third base. I don't need the help of my third base coach.
Bogaerts grounded out his first time up. Feldman behind 2-0 and misses down and away, ball 3, and working himself into a situation where he may have to face David Ortiz with a couple of men on. Been a tough start for A.J. Hinch and the Houston Astros this year. Ball 4. And you can see the frustration in the body language of Feldman. Castro goes to the mound to talk with Feldman. A chance to tell you what's coming up this week on the MLB calendar. Tomorrow night, Monday Night Baseball, 8 o'clock Eastern Time. It'll be the Yankees and the Rangers. You can see those same two teams tangle on Wednesday night, and then we'll see the Yankees at Fenway Park as they take on the Red Sox 1 week from tonight. Sunday Night Baseball presented by Taco Bell. Pedroia, always dirty. A 2-out triple here this inning. Bogarts with a walk, and here's Big Papi. Almost as if Ortiz heard something from the first base side of the field.
Someone was talking in his backswing.
Stepped down and then asked for time. Intentionally walked in the first inning. Shift on for the Astros. So a chance for the Red Sox really to try to blow it open here in the second inning. Ortiz, 3 home runs, 14 runs driven in already his last year, age 40. Over 500 career home runs. And it'll be the kind of year, if he stays healthy and relatively productive, every time he does anything, it'll be a milestone. He'll be passing somebody on some list. Shallow fly ball to left for Rasmus, and the Red Sox will leave a couple of men on. 3-0 Boston going to the bottom of the second. Bottom of the second. Just a tremendous wave of talented young shortstops around Major League Baseball right now. We talked a little bit already tonight about Carlos Correa, the Rookie of the Year last year. He's only 21. Same for Corey Seager, a very talented young shortstop for the LA Dodgers. What a difference Francisco Lindor made to the Indians last year. Addison Russell, both of them are just 22. And then Xander Bogaerts seems like he's kind of the old veteran of this group at 23. And Trevor Story, all he did was hit 7 home runs in his first 6 games for the Rockies this year. 6 incredibly talented shortstops, and all of them are 23 or under. I'm not sure that we've ever had that many good shortstops that young all in baseball at the same time. If you go back 15-20 years, you had when you had Jeter and A-Rod and Nomar and Tejada and Vizquel. You had great shortstops, but they weren't as young as this group is right now.
It really is remarkable, and I think it really speaks to the young talent that exists in the sport right now. You know, I remember being at the All-Star game last year, and we were looking around and counting up the guys we could see. Like, there's a number of potential Hall of Famers, and so many under the age of 25. It reminded us a lot of the All-Star game back in '71 in Detroit, where there were so many young superstars and future Hall of Famers.
And they're also so different, and I think that's what makes it unique. I think it's great for the game that you have so many dynamic young players, but the shortstop position, I mean, that you go back and traditionally that's your leadership, that's your position that really, when you're showing off your athleticism and what you can do, that's the one you highlight and circle. And there's so many young guys that different personalities, different ways they play the game, and I think it's great for those watching to see them.
One and two, the count on Carlos Gomez. After Gomez, it'll be Evan Gattis and then Marwin Gonzalez. Well, a guy like Lindor came up for the Indians last year, and one player can't change an entire team's fortunes over a season, but boy, did he make a huge difference for Cleveland. Addison Russell started off as the second baseman for the Cubs, then moved over to short midway through the year last year. Correa, what he did playing the last 4 months for Houston. Here's a ball hit high and deep to left field off the bat of Gomez, and it'll be caught on the warning track. Tricky little nook out here in left center field at Minute Maid, and Holt makes the catch.
And this is when you're an outfielder, you get to your position early because you need to know exactly where you're at on the field, more here than ever. Gomez knows he just misses this ball as he throws his bat, but watch Brock Holt, what he has to deal with. This isn't something that you're used to when you're going to the left center field gap, but he played it easily because he knew the position. A lot of frustration, though, from Gomez.
Here's Evan Gattis. Gattis had surgery for a hernia in February, so he got a late start to the season. He's had some big power numbers in the past, last year with Houston and a couple of prior years with Atlanta, but a late start and basically platooning right now as the DH, only facing lefties, and the Astros haven't seen a ton of lefties. So he's just 4 for 26 without a home run or an RBI. And he lifts a fly ball to very shallow left center field. Jogging in is Bradley. 2 down.
You know, Dan, in talking about those young shortstops, you talked a little bit about Francisco Lindor. I think he's the guy on that list that probably doesn't get talked about as much as he should. We hear all about Carlos Correa for good reason. But I think he could have made a case that Lindor could have been the Rookie of the Year last year. He was that good and that important of a player on both sides of the ball for the Cleveland Indians.
And I think that's been the biggest thing is these guys come up and they're impactful immediately. And that's something you're not used to. There's usually that transition period, figuring out how to fail, especially offensively. Shortstop isn't a position that you just jump into on a big stage and own, and these guys have.
And Trevor Story seemed to figure it out pretty quickly. Becoming the first player in baseball history to hit 7 home runs in his first 6 games. Colorado Rockies shortstop. If you had to pick the future of one of the 6, who do you pick? Is it that guy?
Yes.
Yeah.
I just think because the upside from a power standpoint.
How veteran-like he is, and Seager's like this a lot as well.
Ooh.
But Correa, I mean, just talking to him, it's like he's 30.
Yep.
Another deep fly ball to left field. Holt back, and he'll watch it go. Home run, Marwin Gonzalez, his first of the season.
This is the Astros game, the power game. A lot of speed, yes, but they hit the ball out of the ballpark, up and down the lineup. This Gonzalez is first. Another fastball up and out over the plate. Owens got away with one with Carlos Gomez. This time with Gonzalez, he's able to get it to the Crawford boxes. Owens hoping it would stay in the ballpark, but Gonzalez knew it right away.
The Astros relied on the home run. They were last year. They are so far this year. They're on the board now, trailing 3-1 as their catcher Jason Castro steps in, hitting just .119, 5 for 42 on the season. AJ Hinch talking to us before the game about Castro. A big fan of the way he works with the pitching staff, frames pitches, takes command of the game from behind the plate. But the Astros getting virtually no offense out of their catchers so far this year.
And you know, this Astro offense, which I think is, they've been a little frustrated with them early here through the first 18 games. They're not hitting with runners in scoring position. But that's a little bit of the way this Houston Astros offense is constructed. It's not like the Royals or the Giants that are, you know, putting the ball in play a lot. They're going to have times during the season where they struggle because they're dangerous, but they also punch out a lot.
Well, because it's all or nothing. I mean,
Yeah.
It's a home run, but it's a lot of strikeouts, and sometimes
the running game, though.
Yes,
They have
yes.
that athleticism that helps with the power. But they're going to have periods where it doesn't look real pretty.
Yeah, and just the way their swings are, you're not going to get the ground balls that are just going to find a hole. If they want to beat a shift, like we saw Mookie Betts earlier just hit a ground ball to it, they're not going to play that game. They're swinging for the fences, and they're swinging to drive the ball in the gap, and they're not going to change that.
They're hitting just .187 this year with the runners in scoring position. So they have delivered the big blow every now and again, like the grand slam yesterday by Rasmus, but they have left a lot of men on base in the early going this season. Full count on Castro with 2 down and the base is empty.
And guys, they actually feel like that they've been hitting in some bad luck. Before Saturday's game, Colby Rasmus went into the Astros dugout and he said, look, we have to shake things up. Today, I tell you what, let's try to lose and let's try to hit every ball right at the defender. And then, of course, he went out and hit a home run, and players are telling me it really loosened everybody up. Colby Rasmus with a sense of humor.
And this team has a lot of that sense of humor. I mean, they still smile. They still have fun. They mess with each other. They joke. They don't take themselves too seriously. And even as you see the walk to Castro, this is a team that a lot of expectation, a lot of pressure, but you don't feel that way when you're walking around the clubhouse.
So the second walk issued by Owens, and the Astros hoping to get something going here with 2 down. Castro walks, and a big ovation for Altuve. Doubled and stole third in the first inning. Listed at 5'6", and he has won Silver Slugger. He's been an All-Star, Gold Glove, batting title. If he were 6'3", he'd be an incredibly impressive player. We'll have an interview with Altuve and Jess next half inning.
Although I think his height is part of what makes him successful. And you wouldn't say that about a lot of, obviously, people. There's a reason why the average height is not his. But even what we've seen with his last double, his shorter arms allow him to get quick to the ball. It allows him to be very compact and strong. A lot of times when you get those long levers going, it's really hard to control and be consistent. And Altuve is both of those.
Up and in. Well, talking about strong, this is April the 13th against Kansas City. Yordano Ventura on the mound for the Royals. And Altuve takes one to the train tracks down the left field line, 419 feet away. Two and a breaking ball swung on and missed to get Altuve and end the inning. A run for the Astros with a home run by Gonzalez. 3-1 Boston at the end of 2. Jose Altuve with Jessica Mendoza when we come back. Lead the Astros earlier today before the ball game. Our Jess Mendoza went one-on-one with Jose Altuve.
Leading the American League last year in stolen bases and hits, but we're walking from first to second right now. You play second base. Tell me what you like about this entire area of the field.
You know, I really love about second base. Like I got the short throw. You know, I don't have really good arm, so I kind of play in second, but I play shortstop a lot now this day with the Chief.
Yeah.
It feels like we have two shortstop, but I really enjoy, you know, my time playing shortstop, my time playing second base. It was like playing the Chief in the shortstop side is like a dream come true. You know, I always wanted to play shortstop. They say I can't because of my arm, but they still put me on the other side, so it's kind of funny. But you know, I just played the game.
You played the game. I've seen you listed at 5'7", 5'6", 5'5", but you've become the spokesperson for shorter guys. How have you embraced that?
I think I have to be in 5'6", and I weigh 162 pounds. Everybody know I'm not the biggest guy in the big league. But you know, when I cross the white line and I come from dugout to here, I feel the same side as everybody else. And everything I do is try to help my team to win.
You're going to be a dad for the first time. Baby girl coming this year. What's probably the biggest advice that you would pass on when she gets here that you've learned?
I don't know. I'm still thinking about that. I'm kind of nervous, you know. I think my baby girl is going to help me to grow up. It's going to help me in my game. You know, I hear all my teammates when they don't have a really good game, they go home, they see their kids, and they forget about it. So I think that's something that's going to help me, and they're going to make me a better player.
All right. Thanks a lot, Jose.
Thank you.
First of all, I love the reaction that he had when he talked about having a child for the first time. But something that he also talks a lot about is his relationship with Carlos Correa, and the fact he says he's his big brother, even though obviously he's just a few inches shorter. But those two have something special, and he's helped Correa a lot in his development and getting into the big leagues.
Fortunately, he doesn't have to go home very many nights having a bad night.
Hanley Ramirez leading off the third for the Red Sox. They're up 3-1. Got all three of their runs in the first. The Astros coming back with one and a home run by Marwin Gonzalez in the bottom of the second. You know, more than as Ramirez, boy, looked inside. And he's having a spirited conversation with Tony Randazzo. That's the second Red Sox hitter who has been upset with the strike zone tonight.
Well, this is not a good call. This ball is at least a couple inches off the plate, and this is by design. They want to go off the plate. It's a cut fastball that they try to run to the corner, but clearly doesn't get back there. And as a hitter, especially for Hanley, that's a pitch you want to eliminate. You do not want to have to swing at a pitch in there because that makes you vulnerable on the rest of the plate. Understandable frustration there.
And you got to give
Hanley.
Castro some credit, though. I mean, he framed that pitch perfectly where he had it with his body, and as much as it was not a strike, I mean, we have 2 catchers in this game that do a really good job of giving their pitchers strikes when they're not.
That's one of the newer areas, really, of defensive analytics, if you will, is pitch framing by catchers. Castro's got a very good reputation in that regard.
Watch where Castro, the little amount of movement, but where he catches this ball. Look, he doesn't even move anything. That makes it so set up perfectly in the where he catches it, because his body was set up to catch that right in the middle. It makes it an easier call for Tony Randazzo to say, hey, that's a strike.
Another guy with a good reputation is another catcher for the Red Sox, not in the lineup tonight, Christian Vasquez, who was back from Tommy John surgery, recently came back to the majors. Blake Swihart was sent back down to the minors, and Vasquez with a terrific arm, and also a guy that people think could develop into one of the very best defensive catchers in the game. Your dad ever talk about pitch framing specifically? Was that a conversation around the dinner table back in the day?
That was the conversation back in the day. My dad, I grew up in a defensive catcher's house, and that relationship with the pitcher and pitch framing, you know, I knew from the time I could walk that that was an important part of being a quality big league catcher. And there's some good ones out here tonight.
How did you and your brother avoid putting on the gear and getting behind the plate?
My dad kind of steered us towards the middle infield. Stay in the infield as long as you can. If they call you back behind the plate at some point, then head on back there. But
was he a catcher as a kid coming up too, or did he get converted into a catcher?
He was actually a third baseman at Jessica's alma mater, Stanford.
Go Card.
Was drafted and signed as a third baseman, but a guy named Mike Schmidt was in the Philly organization. Turned out to be a pretty good third baseman.
Yeah.
My dad thought it might be a good idea to switch behind the plate.
Worked out pretty well. Still the second most games ever caught in the big leagues, right? Pudge Rodriguez passed your dad.
Pudge and Carlton Fisk passed my dad by a game.
Third.
Yeah, third.
Let's go down to Buster with more.
About pitch framing, I can tell you that privately a lot of catchers prefer we use the word presentation rather than framing.
Of course.
As if there's something deceitful about it when we call it framing?
That would be my assumption for their preference to not use the word framing.
All right. Brock Holt with a sac fly to left, his first time up.
I was recruited to Stanford as a catcher. I know, I'm saying Stanford, you SC alum over there. Anytime I can get that in any of the games. But biggest thing my dad always did was threw tennis balls at us, trying to get that presentation, framing, however you want to call it, with no glove, soft hands, and that little just subtle movements. You never want an umpire to feel like you're taking them out of the strike zone. If you can set that up previous to the pitch coming and then catch it in a way that looks like I'm not moving at all, which is exactly what you saw from Castro, makes it an easy call for them.
Yeah, twice now this inning. He's probably gotten pitches off the plate for 2 strikeouts for Feldman.
Feldman looking to strike out the side. Misses outside. 2-2 now on Holt. And the count full. Ryan Hanigan on deck. Should the inning continue for the Red Sox? They're up 3-1 here in the top of the third. And it's pulled foul. We've got the Yankees and Rangers coming your way tomorrow night on Monday Night Baseball. Carlos Beltran of the Yankees taking on Adrian Beltre. And the Texas Rangers, 8 o'clock Eastern time, also streaming live on Watch ESPN and the ESPN app. Yankees were beaten 8-1 by Tampa Bay today. Alex Rodriguez left the game with an injury to his side, but an MRI came back negative. Texas lost today 4-1 to the White Sox. How about the White Sox? They sweep the Rangers. Matt Latos pitched well again today, got the win. He's 4-0 on the season.
Matt Latos.
Yeah.
I mean, can we just stop and talk about Matt Latos for a second? He's the only righty in that rotation, and where was he last year?
The last couple of years, he's really struggled,
Yep.
but he's got it rolling now in Chicago.
They got the best record in the American League at 13-6. Things are pretty good if you're a baseball fan in Chicago right now. Cubs are 14-5. White Sox are 13-6.
Yeah, remember last year the White Sox were kind of a trendy pick for a lot of people, and they really struggled. But I think they went out and addressed some of the issues that they had. The bullpen, they've upgraded the defense, brought in a star player in Frazier. And that starting rotation, though, is really off to a great start, anchored by Chris Sale, of course.
The battle continues. 3-2 again. Fouled off again. Well, look around baseball at some of the other big stories. Told you how well the White Sox are doing. How about how well Kenta Maeda is doing? He was great again last night for the Dodgers. He's given up just 1 run in 4 games. The Cubs shut out the Reds. They are blowing people out more often than not. And Albert Pujols tied Reggie Jackson for 13th on the all-time home run list today. Also, Jacob deGrom returned today for the Mets. Got the win as the Mets beat Atlanta 3-2. Charged by Altuve, and he shovels it wide of the bag. Holt on his way to second and safe.
Well, I think Altuve, if he had this to do all over again, probably would have sidearmed it. He tried to shuffle, but probably wasn't close enough to the bag to get enough on that throw. Brock Holt wastes no time. And I actually think Jason Castro might have thought he had more time and really made sure he gathered himself to make a good throw to second base. I think if he could have got rid of it a little quicker, they might have had a chance at Holt, who doesn't break stride and gets himself into scoring position with 2 outs.
So the second error of the night charged to Altuve. And you can see that he's frustrated. The inning will continue with a runner at second and 2 down. Ryan Hanigan is the batter. Hanigan bounced into a fielder's choice his first time up. There have been some talking about things going on around the majors. Some crazy games today. The Rockies got 5 in the bottom of the 8th against the Dodgers to take a 10-7 lead, and then Jake McGee gave up 5 in the top of the 9th. Dodgers won 12-10.
Only in Colorado could you lose a game with double-digit runs.
Well, although the Diamondbacks are trying to in Arizona right now.
It's 11-10 Pirates in the 13th inning, and I'm told that Shelby Miller's playing left field right now.
What?
Why wouldn't he be?
It is one of those days.
Get your spikes on, Shelby.
Long look in from Feldman to Castro as Hanigan waits. And the 1-1. There for a strike. So it started off with Feldman striking out Hanley Ramirez and Travis Shaw both looking. Holt reaches on a 10-pitch at bat, an infield hit and an error on Altuve sends him to second. On the appeal he didn't go, says Dan Bellino, the first base umpire. The count now 2-2 on Hanigan. Look at the pitch count on Feldman. 71 pitches now through 2 2/3.
I think he does hold up there. That big breaking ball in the dirt, they tried to get him a chase, but I think Dan Bellino got that call right.
Couple of teams with some subpar starting pitching on the season. The two worst rotation ERAs in the American League. Two bullpens that at times have been overworked early in the season. To right field. This is carrying, and it's over the head of Springer and off the wall on a bounce. Holt will score on a double by Hannigan that extends the Red Sox lead to 4-1.
Ryan Hannigan does a good job. Watch how long he's going to wait and see this pitch. Gets it deep in the zone so that he can take it to right field. You see George Springer and where he is. Look how shallow he starts. Shifted way in. We talk so much of the infield shifts, but Houston also shifting their outfielders. And Springer, if he was in regular position, would have been able to catch it. Said it's drilled over his head for a double.
4-1 Boston, and now Jackie Bradley. Bradley struck out his first time up, and he'll look at strike one here from Feldman. You know, a lot of teams had a couple of off days in the first week or so of the season, but a lot of teams are now in a stretch of 16 in a row, 18 in a row, whatever the case may be. And that bullpen can get worn out pretty quickly if your starters can't get you deep into games. And both of these teams having that kind of a problem. Sharply hit and into right field. Past White, down the line. Hannigan will score. Bradley will pull up at second with a double, and it's 5-1 Red Sox.
Well, even though Feldman has struggled a little bit and we're seeing that pitch count rise, he's for the most part stayed out of the center of the plate. But these last two batters, Hannigan drilling that ball to right, and now here Jackie Bradley gets a ball up and in the heart of the plate. You see they wanted to go backdoor with that cutter, and watch Castro reach that glove across the plate, and Bradley able to rifle that pitch above the belt, and not much of a chance down there for Tyler White. Heads up, coming in hot, and by him into the wall. The Red Sox pulling away here a little bit in the third inning.
And activity beginning now in the Houston bullpen, and Castro is going to buy a little time. Brent Strom, the pitching coach, on his way to the mound, and Chris Devensky is up in the pen right now for Houston. He worked a couple of innings on Friday. A rookie this year who has pitched well.
And look, this is what the Red Sox offense can do to you. Feldman, for the most part, again, it's that pitch count getting worked up so much because he can't come into the center of the plate too often. We've seen what happens when he does back-to-back really well hit balls. But up and down the lineup, this Red Sox team will make you work. 74 pitches to this point, and a couple of mistakes now have added to that Sox lead.
Well, Aaron mentioned earlier how much Feldman has struggled in his career against Boston. It's not getting any better here tonight. Back to the top of the order, third inning, third at bat already for Mookie Betts. Betts singled and scored in the first, popped up into foul territory in the second. (5-1) Red Sox. And there for a strike. 0-2. Henry Owens has done some pitching, but he's done a whole lot more sitting so far in this game. Before the bottom of the first, and again here before he takes his turn in the bottom of the third, but he'll take the offense. Chopped foul. Good at bat by Brock Holt as well. 10 pitch at bat before putting it in place softly to the right side, rewarded with an infield hit. That got things going here this inning.
Mookie Betts right now, his last hit, he just poked through the shift where second base would normally be, and you can tell with that last swing that's exactly what he's trying to do, just shorten up, poke something through to get an RBI.
Ground ball to short. Correa, and safe at first as the throw pulls White off the bag, and the inning continues.
Well, the speed and hustle of Mookie Betts here allows this. Tyler White comes off the bag hoping he can tag, but just see if Correa does everything right. Just maybe lets up a little bit on that throw, and it tails on Tyler White. And because Mookie Betts is hustling down the line, White cannot get that tag to him quickly enough. Another base runner here and another Astros mistake here early in the season.
So that is 3 errors committed already by Houston. 2 by Altuve, 1 by Correa. First and third, 2 down, and now here's Pedroia. He's already got a double and a triple.
Both down each line. He's double down the left field line and it's triple down the right field line.
Two runs in the inning. And again, we mentioned a little bit earlier, the inning began with back-to-back strikeouts. That was the 33rd pitch thrown this inning by Feldman. 80 in the game right now through 2 2/3, and obviously he deserves somewhat of a better fate given the defense behind him. Nobody has hit the Astros harder, at least in terms of a batting average, than Dustin Pedroia, and he's adding to it tonight. Doubled in the first, tripled in the second. Ground ball down to third. This will be a tough play, and a good one made by Gonzalez. White scoops it on a bounce at first, and finally the inning is over. So there's been some bad defense for the Astros, but a good play here to end the inning. But Houston still down by 4. The bottom of the third, between innings, Buster Olney caught up with the Red Sox manager John Farrell.
John, a key play in the first inning as you're putting pressure on Feldman was your appeal of the play, call for review when Altuve was trying to step on second base. Where did that come from? Was that something you guys saw from the dugout, or were you alerted?
Well, I think the way the neighborhood play is now reviewable, we've got all hands on deck when it comes to seeing plays around second base, and we get a call that clearly was off the bag, and it worked out in our favor.
Henry Owens, 50 pitches, a long wait in that half inning. What's the adjustment you want to see from him going forward?
You know, Buster, we're trying to get him settled in. Probably an unforgiving ballpark, particularly with a fly ball pitcher. So more than anything, it comes down to just commanding the bottom of the strike zone, working ahead, and then using that changeup at will.
John, thanks.
Now Owens, through 2 innings, has given up a home run. He's also given up a double. He's walked a couple. But the Astros have left 3 men on, and the Astros have played so poorly on defense, they've helped the Red Sox to a 5-1 lead. George Springer leads off the inning and has a huge cut at an off-speed pitch, barely gets a piece.
Well, clearly Henry Owens' best pitch is that changeup. I think now that the Astros, the second time through the order now, I think you got to force them to beat you inside with the fastball. Set your sights out over the plate. If he gets the ball up, that's a pitch you can obviously drive, but look out over the plate. That'll take away some of the greatness of that changeup.
It's a pretty good one that just missed the outside corner. Springer lays off ball one. Owens again taking the spot of Joe Kelly. Kelly on the DL with a shoulder issue. They're hoping it's not too serious. They've also got Eduardo Rodriguez on the DL. Remember, he came up with a knee injury in spring training, and he is getting closer. Could be back within a couple of weeks. Carson Smith, the reliever who suffered a forearm injury in the spring, he is getting closer. Could be back within about 10 days. Pulled down the third base line off the glove of Shaw, hits the short wall, and Springer into second head first.
Well, I guarantee you after that fastball up and out of the zone, Springer was probably had in the back of his mind, or maybe even looking for that changeup there. Keeps the bat in the hitting zone long enough. Shaw, knowing that Springer runs really well down the line, knows he's got to hurry, wasn't going to have much of a chance. Probably should have just completely laid out for that ball to try and keep it to just a single.
So the leadoff man aboard in scoring position, and here's Carlos Correa. Meanwhile, in that crazy game in Arizona, the Pirates lead the Diamondbacks 12-10 in the bottom of the 13th. 42 of the 50 players on the two teams have appeared in the game.
How's Shelby doing in left?
Well, I'm trying to piece it together. I've got John Kruk and my son both texting me updates, and they're pretty much on the same page. Nick Ahmed got tossed. They're out of position players. Zach Greinke, I believe Greinke hit, and then Miller ran for him. We're trying to piece it all together because we're doing this game. But there's all kinds of craziness going on in the desert right now. So there will be 2 games played today where a team scores in double figures and loses. Changeup misses just down and in, and the count is 3-0 now on Correa. Rasmus waiting on deck. A strike, 3-1.
Well, 3-0 changeup in a 5-1 game here. That just shows you that that is the feel pitch for Henry Owens, the pitch he feels the most confidence with, and in pitching in this ballpark against the guy with the power of Correa. Even 5-1 this early in the game, not willing to give in.
Check the swing on the appeal. That's confirmed, and that's ball 4.
Well, after a steady diet of changeups and a 3-0 changeup, he goes to the fastball, and it's up and out of the zone. And I think this second time through, Henry Owens has had some issues in spring training and in the past with tipping some of his pitches. I think now you might see the Astros start to have some better swings on those off-speed pitches or gearing up for fastballs if they are indeed picking something up on Henry Owens.
Owens has been susceptible at times to lefties. A dangerous left-handed batter in Colby. Rasmus takes outside, ball 1.
Well, it always helps right now as you see Hannigan call timeout. Anytime you have a runner on second base, I always loved it because you have someone that can see the grip from behind the pitcher. There's always a way to relay some of that information.
By the way, if I can just sneak this in quickly, if we're talking about crazy games today, Washington beat Minnesota 6-5 in 16 innings today.
Fun day of baseball.
Yeah. Bryce Harper hit a pinch hit home run to tie it in the bottom of the ninth. Chris Heisey hit a home run in the 16th to win it for the Nats. Outside, 2-0. Washington is 14-4. Dangerous situation here for Owens. And another 3-0 count. Man, in a game like this, they're winning 5-1, but probably doesn't feel that way to John Farrell and Carl Willis, his pitching coach. Ball 4, and the bases are loaded with nobody out. 4 walks given up by Owens, and the bullpen's going to get busy.
Here's some of the concern that the Red Sox have. Here on the left, you've got fastball where that glove is more upright, and Henry Owens there on the right on the changeup, it's much more flat, and that's something that the Red Sox, I think, are aware of with Henry Owens. But something here as the game starts to get into the flow and he's in a jam, you kind of revert back to some of the things that you're used to doing, and you're not necessarily guarding against that. I don't know if the Astro hitters can pick that up or not, but it's certainly a possibility.
Matt Barnes up in the bullpen. So both bullpens have been active early here tonight. Astros making some mistakes to help out the Red Sox. And now Owens unable to command the strike zone as the Astros try to get back into it. Here's Tyler White. Not the kind of ratio you're looking for. Been a struggle for Feldman and a struggle for Owens. Again, 3 Houston errors have figured prominently in the 4-run deficit for the Astros. Left center field. Springer tagging. Bradley the catch. Springer heading home. Throw not in time, and the sac fly makes it 5-2.
Well, with this being the first out and Jackie Bradley throwing as good as he does, it's going to be a tough play at home. But what Jackie Bradley does is he keeps this throw low enough to kind of freeze Carlos Correa. If he uncorks this ball high, then Carlos Correa can move up on the throw. But because it's low enough and it's still maybe a chance that they can cut this ball, it's kind of in that could have been cut by the cutoff man. So that's a good job of keeping that ball down, keeping Correa at second base with 1 out, and keeping that double play in order.
Here's Carlos Gomez. Hit a fly ball to left field his first time up. He's off to a slow start this year. He's hitting under 200 on the season. Does not have a home run and has just 1 RBI.
And this is a guy they desperately want to get going. This guy has been a superstar player at times over the last few seasons. Hasn't really got it rolling since coming over at the trade deadline from the Milwaukee Brewers a year ago, but they want to get him on track because he is a dynamic player and would fit in well with these other outstanding two-way speed power guys.
We saw the nice grab already this game in center field, which, to be honest, watching him earlier in the season, he wasn't getting the reads that I'm used to him seeing. And today he looked strong. He looks like he's getting into the type of player. It's just the offense. And you saw how frustrated he was his last at bat, just missing a pitch that he flew out to left field.
Swing and a miss, 1-2.
And I think that's the difference right there. I mean, that's a pitch that it's starting away, it's moving away, and he is hacking to hit that 400 feet instead of even just take a double in the gap to right.
70th pitch upcoming here for Owens. And Gomez fights it off out of play right side. Barnes looks ready if they need him.
And that might have been a conversation about the glove right there, frankly. I mean, Hannigan, I'm sure, is aware of these kind of things. He's looking for these kind of things. And that was a changeup that Gomez swung at late. That ball got deep on him, actually too deep on him, actually. Maybe that's something where Hannigan's reminding him, because it is something that I think the Red Sox have been working on with him.
1-2 again, and a big swing and a miss. And look at the frustration as Gomez snaps the bat in half over his leg.
Well, it's another changeup, Jess. It looks like he sees it pretty well, but look, it's Henry Owens' best pitch, and that ball just does not quite get there. And there you see the frustration of a slow start offensively. And you know who made that famous, the breaking the bat over the knee? Chili Davis was one of the first to do that, the hitting coach for the Boston Red Sox back in the day. He used to do it every now and then when he was with the Giants as a young player.
Doesn't that hurt?
Not when you have quads like his.
I wasn't messing with that.
Yeah.
And I think the reason he's so frustrated isn't so much that he was beat, but that he felt like he saw that pitch so well, but he missed it anyway. And I think as a hitter, it's one thing you tip your hat. I don't think he's ready to tip his hat because he feels like he should have hit that changeup.
Little jam shot drops in center field. Correa around third will come in to score on an RBI single by Evan Gattis, and it's 5-3.
And this is a difference right now. The Astros at bats. You see Gomez swinging for the fences, and right now Gattis just gets enough of his barrel. He's not trying to hit it out. He's just trying to get a piece. And you see where this ball ends up. It's close to his hands rather than the barrel, which is what allows it to drop in. This team struggled so much to hit with runners in scoring position, and sometimes it's a matter of just finding that spot on the green that's not over the fence.
So a 2-run game. 2 men on, 2 outs. And the batter Marwin Gonzalez, who homered off Owens last inning. His first of the season. Gonzalez didn't like that at all, thought it was inside, and K-Zone seems to back him up. Slowly hit ground ball to short, flip to second in time, and that'll end the inning. 2 runs for the Astros, though. 5-3 Boston at the end of 3. The Mendoza line. We take a look at Venezuelan players in the big leagues when we come back. 53 players from Venezuela who was on an opening day roster. There's such passion and so many great players in the majors from Venezuela, including 3 members of the Houston Astros. But players from Venezuela, as Jessica Mendoza found out, they face unusual situations and a lot of tough things that many of us can't relate to.
Yeah, and especially because there are so many players from Venezuela. There's only 4 teams left of the 23 Major League Baseball teams that have academies in Venezuela because of the crime, the government, everything that has happened there. The homicide rate has quadrupled since 1998. Kidnappings have increased, including that of Wilson Ramos back in 2011, the Nationals catcher. Salvador Perez of the Royals talks about when he goes back to visit family in Venezuela, he has to bring up to 6 security guards with him. I spoke to Miggy Cabrera when we were in Detroit, and he said, there isn't a day that goes by that I don't have fear that my mother could be kidnapped, murdered, or robbed. This is what a lot of these players, and there's a lot of them in baseball today, are dealing with, and being from a country that's going through a lot right now.
Well, let's bring in somebody who knows a lot about this, former Major League player and a manager, now a member of our family at ESPN and ESPN Deportes. Ozzie Guillen is with us from back in the studio in Bristol. Ozzie, tell us what it's like. You know, you're fulfilling a dream. You become a Major League player. What is it like for players when they go back to Venezuela once they've made it to the big leagues?
Well, and Ozzie, I think one of the biggest reasons some of the academies have closed in Venezuela is because of the lack to access of certain basic foods like butter and flour and chicken. And I know there's still so many talented baseball players. And, you know, you think about Jose Altuve, you think about a Luis Valbuena that otherwise would not have been seen had there not been the academies. How will this affect the future stars that are in Venezuela currently?
Ozzie, we appreciate the time. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ozzie.
Ozzie Guillen joining us from the studio. 6-4-3 double play, and the inning is over. We'll go to the bottom of the 4th. Red Sox lead the Astros 5-3. Baseball on ESPN. 5-3 Red Sox over the Astros going to the bottom of the fourth. Moments ago, our Buster Olney spoke with Houston manager A.J. Hinch.
AJ, you were talking before the game about how well you guys played defensively in spring training. 3 errors early. Do you see any rhyme or reason in what you guys have been going through?
Not really. I mean, just not making plays. You know, I think we're trying to speed ourselves up a little bit. You know, Altuve trying to make a great play. Correa, I don't know what happened, just a little bit of an off throw. And then, you know, when we try to do a little bit too much and not just take what the game gives us, we end up with an error.
How do you feel about your at-bats in this game against Henry Owens?
You know, we know going into the game he's a little erratic. We're going to draw a few walks, which we have. We had a couple of good at-bats with runners in scoring position, but it feels like we should have a little bit more than we've had. But we'll keep putting runners on, give ourselves an opportunity to score, and we'll make this a little better game.
AJ, thanks.
Well, the Astros have left 5 men on through 3. The Red Sox have left 6 men on through 4. 5-3 Boston going to the bottom of the fourth. Owens has walked 4 batters in 3 innings. He'll face Castro, the number 9 hitter, and then back to the top of the order for Altuve and Springer. Castro walked his first time up. Red Sox winning 6-2 on Friday night. Mookie Betts 4 hits, including a couple of triples. Colby Rasmus with a home run, a grand slam yesterday, and an 8-3 win for Houston. So each team has won once in the series.
You know, the one thing, obviously Henry Owens having a hard time being consistent with the strike zone, but Astros hitters have not squared up. Besides a home run and a double, they have the 4 hits, but they haven't been able to put barrel on ball against him consistently. And that is a credit to Owens. When he is throwing strikes, he's doing a good job of throwing around the plate. He hasn't given up a lot of huge mistakes over the middle.
Matt Barnes up for the 2nd inning in a row in the Red Sox pen. Got him to chase, and Castro strikes out 1 down. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, presented by Taco Bell, is brought to you by AARP, Real Possibilities, and Norwegian Cruise Line. Feel free. Dan Shulman, Jessica Mendoza, Aaron Boone, and Buster Olney. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN from Minute Maid Park in Houston. The Astros 6-12, struggling at the outset this season. The Red Sox are 8-9 right now, as Altuve steps in. Boston's looking up at Baltimore in the American League East. The Orioles lost today to the Royals, but they still lead their division at 11-6. And it's tight in the American League West. Oakland lost again today, beaten by Toronto 6-3. Texas was a loser as well to the White Sox, so teams are clustered pretty closely together in the AL West right now. Altuve has doubled and struck out. Shows bunt, and he takes down and in.
I love all the superstitions in baseball. Altuve's got the Nomar Garcia Parra style, like flipping the batting gloves.
A high strike to a guy who's 5'6", or listed as 5'6", admits to being 5'5". Kind of admits to being 5'5", right?
Yeah, I didn't get him on the interview walking first and second, but off camera he told me he was 5'5". That inch makes a difference.
Yeah, you got Dustin Pedroia out at second base. He's probably about 5'7", 5'8". Heard Tim Kirchin say before the game he's listed at 5'9", but he's really 5'7". Jimmy Rollins won an MVP. He's about 5'7", 5'8". Marcus Stroman 5'8". This could be trouble. Owens not in time.
Well, Altuve's done a lot of this in his career. The infield hit with that great speed and his ability to just put the ball in play. He just kind of nubs this one, and Owens, kind of doesn't field this as gracefully as he probably could have. He kind of gets stuck going into his slide, is able to actually get a lot on the throw, but Altuve just simply too fast. He kind of, it's that knee kind of gets stuck and kind of flips over his handlebars a little bit out there. Speed too much.
And that's going to be the end of the night for Owens. The lefty will leave. Matt Barnes will make his way into the game for the Red Sox. Beaten though 121-94 by Golden State as the Warriors take a 3-1 lead in the series. Stephen Curry started. He did play the game, but he left with a knee injury. Did not finish the game, but the Warriors still win, so they're now a win away from eliminating the Rockets. Meanwhile, here at Minute Maid Park, you're watching Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, presented by Taco Bell. Scott's MLB Pitch, Hit, and Run is the official youth skills competition of Major League Baseball. It's free for boys and girls ages 7 to 14. Play your way to the national finals and have the chance to compete during All-Star Week in San Diego. Find a local competition in your area at pitchhitrun.com. Out of the Boston bullpen comes right-hander Matt Barnes, his first appearance of the series. He last pitched on Thursday against Tampa Bay when he went 2 1/3 shutout innings, and he may be asked for a little bit of length here in this game with Henry Owens only going 3 1/3.
Yeah, ERA pretty solid so far, but pretty fortunate. A lot of traffic so far on the bases for Barnes in that 8 1/3 innings. On to try and keep that lead intact here. It's a fastball routinely in the mid. We'll even get into the upper 90s with it. Curveball and a changeup.
Here's George Springer, who is facing his college teammate. Matt Barnes and Springer both went to UConn. Hanley Ramirez in foul territory, made the catch. Good play by Ramirez for out number 2.
Well, we've talked about Hanley and his transition to first base, and it's been a successful one so far defensively. Here he does a good job of feeling his way, feeling that warning track, and then getting to the wall and getting himself in position to handle that ball that clearly would have been in foul territory. That is not an easy play there for a first baseman. Nice job by Hanley.
Especially because it's over his body. This is such a hard catch because look at where his eyes are. That's coming over the back of his head. If you've ever tried that, it's one of the hardest catches to make.
Frustration for Springer. He's retired for the second out, and here's Correa. A strikeout and a walk. We are in the bottom of the 4th inning. 5-3 the Red Sox lead. And what, quite frankly, between defense and a lack of command on the mound has not been a masterpiece so far. There's a strike thrown by Barnes. Springer frustrated. Gomez was so frustrated earlier he broke a bat over his leg. Correa's committed an error. Altuve's made 2. One and one. So Owens making his first major league start of the season, and he could go no further than 3 1/3. He was given the lead early. He just could not throw enough strikes. Not going, and it's there for a strike. 1 and 2.
Correa questioning this call, and you see fastball perfectly located. It's a strike. It's exactly where Barnes wants it located. Knee high, black. If he could hit that spot again, Correa's not going to want to swing.
Altuve running. Pitch down and away. Throw down by Hannigan, not in time. Second stolen base of the night and the 9th stolen base of the season already for Altuve. He leads the majors.
Well, that's when you know you've got an elite base stealer. You saw 8 of 9 before that, now 9 of 10 on the season. But Barnes really pretty quick to home plate, and he's using the slide step. It's a pretty good pitch to handle. You see Altuve peeking in, but he's just able to get at top speed in a hurry and able to easily slide in ahead of the throw from Hannigan. The question, does he hold the bag?
Well, Bogaerts was pointing, but
I think you're right. I think he came off the top. And the tag by Bogaerts was still on him. But
it ends up not mattering as a pitch later. Correa is called out on strikes, and that will end the inning. Red Sox still up 5-3. Visit MLB.com/tickets today. Underway here in the top of the 5th. Talk about drawing a crowd. Man, oh man. There were 4 of them. And they can laugh about it because Gomez caught the ball.
When you get into a shift, you get a lot of players in one position. You see Altuve calling it, Correa in position as well, but Gomez, this is all him, and this is where communication is key, and the retreat of Altuve and Correa to listen while they're yelling and backing up to get out of his way. Springer even had a shot at it.
So 1 pitch, 1 out here in the 5th inning, and now here's Brock Holt. One of the key at bats of the game belonging to Holt in the 3rd inning, a 10-pitch at bat. There were 2 outs, nobody on. And he eventually put a ball in play, weakly hit towards second, charged by Altuve, who threw it away, scored a single and an error. And then the Red Sox after that would get an RBI double by Hannigan, and then another RBI double by Bradley. So they pieced together a 2-run rally, all beginning with the at bat by Holt. Outside, 3-1. We told you the Astros shift about as much as anybody. They're doing it here on Holt. You'll notice that Altuve's not that deep, though. Holt runs well, and he can't play that deep, still throw him out. When Ortiz is up, Altuve be about 30 feet further out into the outfield than he is for Holt. Ball 4.
Well, Astros shift more than anyone else in baseball, and we showed the infield, but it's the outfield as well that the Astros, and this is Booney, something we've talked about is the fact that this is kind of, I think, the new evolution with shifting as well. Now you see them walking back to play more straight up. But Springer and Gomez both were shifted way over to the left, pulled in. Well, that's something else. So you talk a lot about where the infielders play, but I think it's also important, and something the Astros do very uniquely is also shift their 3 outfielders in very extreme cases sometimes.
Here's Hannigan.
And one of the things they're doing more and more, as you touched on earlier, was playing more shallow, trying to eliminate some of those cheap hits, those little singles in front, understanding that from time to time it will cost them. Maybe at Springer playing more at normal depth, maybe he runs down the double hit from Hannigan earlier, but they feel like they can take away a lot of hits over the course of the year by playing a little more shallow, a little more aggressively in the outfield.
What teams will also do, especially on the infield, because you're in unusual defensive alignments, is they'll take ground balls before the game in those alignments. So Correa will be in the shift, and they'll turn double plays with Correa on the second base side of the bag. They'll turn double plays with Altuve on the shortstop side of the bag, trying to simulate before the game what they might encounter during the game.
But when you're talking about outfielders playing in and shifting in, it takes an outfielder that is comfortable with that, because there are a lot in this game that do not feel good about going for balls that are hit right at them over their head. So a lot of outfielders play deep, and they're comfortable playing deep. The Astros, they've had to get comfortable real quick on understanding where their positioning is in that shallow territory.
And you know, it makes me think of when I played Andrew Jones. It felt like he was playing right behind second base. It was still hard to hit it over his head. The best defensive center fielder I played against, he was amazing. And much of it was because he took away the cheap hit all the time.
You know, because this ballpark, too, I think this is the deepest center field in baseball. So sometimes it can look a little bit different here than maybe it actually is. It's 436 feet to straightaway center field.
And give it an extra 4 or 5 because you got to go uphill
right
just to get there.
Yeah. This is the furthest thing from a cookie cutter ballpark.
I always felt like as an outfielder, if my pitcher beats the hitter, I want to make sure that I'm doing everything I can to get those cheap hits in front of me. Now, hey, they get barrel on you, sister. Like, it's going over my head. Like, I'm sorry, but they got you, right? But I love that teams are looking to protect when a pitcher does beat a hitter, and you get those little bloop singles that drop in on the grass.
100 pitches already for Feldman, with one out here in the 5th inning, and number 101 is in the dirt. Well, it's something they face in Colorado all the time. The outfield is so big, and it's so big because of the altitude, and they don't want a million home runs being hit. So one way to compensate is the outfield is huge, but then there's so much space in the gaps, and there's so much space between the outfielders and the infielders there that balls drop in.
That was the biggest thing I noticed in playing in Coors Field. It wasn't the home run and that you hit more home runs necessarily, but it was just like there were balls, lazy fly balls that you hit that turned into doubles because you had to be so spread out and so deep.
Poked foul.
You know, it's why Arizona is such a good hitter's ballpark. It's on the bigger side, but because the ball carries so well, the outfielders have to spread out. There's a lot more hits. Pitchers in trouble a lot more. Lends itself to more mistakes.
Got a wave going on here around Minute Maid Park. Top of the 5th inning. The Red Sox lead 5-3, out hitting the Astros 7-5. Runner at first, one out for Hannigan as he battles Feldman. And he lines it into center field, a base hit. Second hit of the night for Ryan Hannigan. Stopping at second on the play is Brock Holt. So a good night for the Red Sox catcher. 2 for 3. And that's going to be all, it appears, for Feldman. So Jackie Bradley will have to wait. Chris Devenski is coming in from the bullpen for the Astros. For the Astros, it has been a frustrating night. Just ask Carlos Gomez. Jose Altuve's had some frustration. They've committed 3 errors. Springer couldn't believe Hanley Ramirez caught that ball down the line. It has not been pretty for Houston. Still in the game with a long way to go. 5-3 Boston leading Houston. Top of the 5th inning. Let's take a look at tonight's pitching summary, brought to you by John Deere. Not a great performance by either starting pitcher tonight. Henry Owens goes just 3 1/3. Scott Feldman 4 1/3. Both struggled with their command. Feldman didn't get any help from his defense either. A ton of pitches thrown in this game, and both teams are already into the bullpen. 2 on with a 1 out for the Red Sox. And rookie right-hander Chris Devenski is into the game. Originally a 25th round pick by the White Sox in 2011. Acquired by Houston in 2012 in a deal that saw Brett Myers go the other way. They like him against lefties. Got a good changeup, and as you can see, he has pitched well so far. When he really falls off to the first base side.
And that's back-to-back changeups right there at 83.
And the best thing he does, better than I think anybody else right now for the Astros, starting or bullpen, is he throws strikes.
Yep.
Oh, 2 to Bradley. And the fastball up at 95.
Yeah, back-to-back changeups where the bottom really falls out. See downward action on that changeup. The first 2 pitches to Jackie Bradley, and then comes back a little 95 straight up around the belt. Now, a lot of different ways you can go with Jackie Bradley here. Certainly got his attention with the velocity of that fastball.
Holt, the runner, out at second. Hannigan is at first. Just 1 out in the inning as the Red Sox look to add to their lead. Outfielders really playing Bradley to hit the ball the other way. There's a pretty good gap in right center, and there's a whole lot of room down the right field line if Bradley can turn on one.
And this is a bit of a different look if you're thinking Jackie Bradley Jr. only a second at bat against Devenski, and 2 changeups first of all. It comes back 95. How hard that looks. Also the way, if you watch Devenski, the way he falls to that first base side. That's a crazy look.
And he got him with a changeup for out number 2.
And he comes out of the bullpen right away throwing strikes, but he's throwing changeups back to back, and he hits that 83, 84 miles per hour, then 95 up in the zone. That's looking 98, comes back with 85. And look at this changeup that just falls off the table, but watch the way his body moves and his arm goes the other direction. That is a hitter, especially a left-handed hitter, is going to send you a lot of different ideas of what pitch is coming, and you could tell Bradley Jr. fooled the last one.
This is my first time seeing Devenski in person. That's a good pitch right there. The Astros may have something here with Devenski. That is, I guarantee you, Jackie Bradley was very aware of that changeup, might have even been looking for it. But the arm speed and the drop that he gets on that pitch, really impressive.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's starting in this rotation anytime soon. I mean, he's a starter. I think he got the AAA start on opening day. That's who he is. But when you look at Feldman, it's early now, but Devenski, even in his last 2 times coming out of the bullpen, has been the strongest pitcher, and that he attacks.
A lot of movement on that changeup. And he's out in front of Mookie Betts, 0-2. Betts is 1 for 3 on the night. Singleton scored back in the first when the Red Sox got off to a quick start, scoring 3 times. Ground ball down to third. The race is on, and it'll be won by Gonzalez to end the inning. Good job by Devenski in relief of Feldman. 5-3 Red Sox. Houston coming up bottom 5. Going to the bottom of the fifth here at Minute Maid Park in Houston. Colby Rasmus off to a great start this season. Will lead it off for the Astros. Hit a grand slam yesterday, helping Houston to an 8-3 win. He's a happy guy to be an Astro.
Look at his wardrobe. It's like zebra pants.
Zubaz. A little before your time, Jess.
I have no
The
idea
Zubaz.
what that even means.
I rocked the Zubaz back in the day.
Zubaz?
Oh,
Did
yeah.
Is this like 70s?
Well, I think it was 80s.
You want to bring him to? You still got him? You want to bring him to Boston next week?
No.
No, you don't have him, or no, you don't want to bring him.
I don't have them.
Well, we can get you a pair.
Yeah, we can get you a pair.
Yeah, you could do your hitting.
Although my mom likes to
impersonation.
save things. You never know.
1980 pairs was Zubaz?
Zubaz.
Matt Barnes came on last inning, got a couple of outs. He'll face Rasmus, White, and Gomez. 4, 5, and 6 in the Houston lineup here in the bottom of the fifth. Down and away, ball 2. We told you about the grand slam that he hit yesterday. Like a lot of lefties, he likes that ball down, and there was no doubt about this one.
And this was 2 strikes, 2 outs, and a team really struggling early in the season for a big hit. This is one of those hits early in the year that you could look back on that maybe helps catapult the Houston Astros.
Ground ball into the shift. And out at first on a close play is Rasmus.
I'm not so sure about that. He might have got there.
Bogart stumbling as he made the play.
And then just kind of gooses the throw.
Yeah,
thinking,
he did.
Yeah, he's out.
Out.
He got lucky, though. That's one. Give him 3 more inches, and you're wishing you actually gave him a real throw.
Yeah. So Rasmus retired. Here's Tyler White. Takes the curveball down low, ball 1. White has popped up and had a sacrifice fly. A .311 lifetime hitter in the minors. He has hit everywhere he's gone. We asked A.J. Hinch before the game what do you think his chances were of making the team back at the beginning of spring training, and he said 50-50. They've got A.J. Reed, a big guy, like a 6'4", 275-pound guy from the University of Kentucky, but they felt he needed a little bit more seasoning in the minors, so it was between, or it appeared it would be between White and Jonathan Singleton at the beginning. White had a great spring. He hits a ball a long way to left center field, but in this ballpark, there's still room out there. 436 to the fence. It's probably about a 390-foot out, 2 down. Follow live baseball with the MLB.com and Bat app. Stay up to the moment at any moment with the game day, live game video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com and Bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablets. 2 down here in the bottom of the fifth with Aaron Boone, Jessica Mendoza, Buster Olney. I'm Dan Schulman. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. And Carlos Gomez 0 for 2 and 1 broken bat over his thigh after a strikeout last time up.
It's going to be a small bruise. I mean, there's definitely going to be a mark. You don't just break wood over your quad, not feel it later.
If he strikes out again on a frustrating at bat this time, does he do it again?
Nah.
He proved his point.
Yep.
He got it out.
Dial it back now.
He had a moment in the dugout, too. It's a good 30-second.
He's always played the game with a lot of emotion, to say the least. Picked him up from Milwaukee last year. Just an inch or 2 outside, 2-1. If you missed it, here's what Gomez did after striking out his last time up.
Out in front of that changeup from Henry Owens that I think he saw very well. Some early season struggles. It's a lot of frustration let out. The big league snap.
The 2-1. Left center field again. Should it be routine for Bradley? And the inning is over. So the bullpens have settled things down a little bit. Baseball on ESPN, presented by Taco Bell. Top 6 at Minute Maid. Red Sox 5, Astros 3. Dustin Pedroia sends the first pitch of the inning a long way to right center field and caught on the track by Carlos Gomez. Pedroia now 2 for 4.
We've seen Carlos Gomez cover some ground tonight. He had the diving catch in a shallow left center and now making the grab almost at the wall in right center. That's what kind of range you want from your center fielder.
Now Xander Bogaerts 0 for 2 and a walk. Bogaerts hit .320 last year. A lot of the excitement around the Red Sox in spite of back-to-back last place finishes, the young talent that they have. Mookie Betts, Xander Bogaerts. They're hoping Jackie Bradley Jr. can hit consistently at the major league level. He can sure play the outfield. 2 young catchers. They sent down one, Blake Swihart, to call up another, Christian Vazquez. But still, for John Farrell and the Red Sox, the starting pitching has been the biggest problem. Stephen Wright, a knuckleballer, has been their best starting pitcher. He's got an ERA of 1.40. David Price right now has an ERA over 7. He gave up 8 earned runs in 3 2/3 against Tampa Bay in his last start. Looks like we might see David Price a week from tonight at Fenway. Yankees and Red Sox a week from tonight on Sunday Night Baseball. So there were always question marks about this rotation coming into the season, although you certainly didn't expect to see a 706 beside David Price. Clay Buchholz has been hot and cold, healthy and hurt year to year. Aaron, you've been very impressed with what you've seen from Rick Porcello so far.
Yeah, the strikeout to walk ratio, not giving up a lot of hits. Just been a couple batters that have that ERA a little high, but I think the Red Sox are very excited of what they've seen so far at Porcello. I think Buchholz has actually been okay. You know, the big grand slam yesterday with 2 outs and 2 strikes that bit him. But, you know, the injury to Eduardo Rodriguez, and he's set to probably come back pretty soon, and he's a huge piece to this rotation. So we look at David Price there, who certainly will right the ship at some point here pretty soon. But the injury to Rodriguez, and even Kelly for that matter, has opened the door for Stephen Wright, who looks like he's going to remain in this rotation and looks like he's gaining some traction and being a reliable guy for this rotation. So I think there's some optimism, although it's been a real struggle to this point early in the season.
Tricky play at third. Gonzalez, nicely done. He's made a couple of good ones down there.
Yeah, and what I love about this play is he goes to the ground to create a little bit better of a hop for himself. And that's pretty much an in-between hop with a lot of English on it, but he just kind of falls back to make it a little bit easier on himself, knowing that, hey, I've got to get up and reverse pivot and still get a lot on this throw. And despite the little slip with the foot there, he's still able to get a lot on that throw. Big time play down there at third.
David Ortiz, first pitch swinging, drives it to right, and it'll stay in the ballpark. Springer the catch on the track. Ortiz close, but no. Red Sox go 1-2-3. Of Boondoggle, this week's subject, Evan Gattis.
Give him the Oso Blanco stare, big nostril flare.
Intimidation. Ooh. Very nice. Did you get it good? It was good.
Leaned
really
on
good.
that one.
Leaned on it.
Leaned on that. Stayed back.
Firm front
Show
side.
me the real deal.
All right.
It's the real deal, Oso Blanco.
All right. Nostril flare. Intimidation. I can't keep a straight face.
Get behind it.
You want to stay behind the ball. And then you get it really good.
Oso Blanco. I'm a work in progress.
And so am I.
Thanks, brother.
Yep, thanks.
Well, he figured it out in the game. He kept a straight face in the game, got himself a double.
Well, came in hitting 154, got his first RBI in his last at bat, and this is a rocket. We see that stiff front leg behind that ball. He barrels it up and rockets it off the scoreboard out there at the Crawford boxes. This is a guy they want to get going because when he gets rolling, he is a power presence in the middle and later part of this lineup. You see the strength there, and right away he's thinking, I know I squared it. Now get over that left fielder's head.
I think the nostril flare is a key part of him starting to come out of it.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Huge. I noticed my nostrils are quite a bit bigger than this. So.
Yeah, we all did.
Yeah.
He tried too. Gaddis.
Was that hard? That's the first time you've done it with the guy right beside you, right? We know how shy you are. Holt is there, and Gonzalez is retired. Junichi Tazawa is now up in the Red Sox pen. Was that a tricky one? What was the degree of difficulty on Gaddis?
Well, it's a little weird having the player out there for
Yeah.
and he's not someone I've done before. So it was. I had to feel him a little bit this week, get in the flow of things. Still probably not my best, but we got some good ones, I think, coming down the pike coming up here.
Can we say who's next week?
Yeah. Yeah. The vote is.
Got to promote it.
Yeah.
We got Yankees Red Sox next week, and we'll have, you can vote on either my first delve into Big Papi or Dave Winfield, one of the staples.
Which is, a timeless classic.
A timeless
Yes.
classic.
Yeah.
So, but Big Papi, I've been working on a little bit. I'm starting to feel him. We'll see if I can pull it off.
Pick which one you want on Twitter at BBTN. The Winfield one is rock solid. It's really good.
But
It's
I will
really
tell
good.
you this, guys.
Yep.
I told David Ortiz that Booney's been working on it. He was so fired up.
Yes. Guys are going to start asking. They're going to be like, can you do me?
Jason Castro, the batter, will walk in a strikeout.
I'm going to have to get in some real dig me mode this week to be Big Papi.
Yeah.
And he got that stroll walking up to the plate.
Get you some chains,
There's
maybe?
some swag going. We might have to get
Earrings?
some fluorescent batting gloves, sleeves.
Oh, gold chain.
Yeah.
Totally suits you.
Yep.
I think the best, though, is having the hitter there if they're up for it. And obviously, Big Papi, he's got a great sense of humor.
You got to get the change from David Ortiz.
I would imagine he'd probably coach me up pretty good too. Gaddis was great today. He was a lot of fun. I think he was into it. It's netted up 2 knocks tonight.
We should start tracking what guys hit on nights when they're boondoggled. I want to see somebody, an active player, do your stings. Turn the tables on you. The reverse boondoggle.
Yes.
Let's see Big Papi do Booney.
Yeah. I don't think he wants to. I don't want to screw things up for you. I think he's doing just fine.
You don't boondoggle down.
No.
Yeah. 2-1 on Castro, and taken a little bit low. Meanwhile, the Astros down 5-3. The tying run is at the plate right now with 1 out of the 6th inning. A very sloppy game in the early going. But A.J. Hinch, as he told Buster a couple of innings ago, he's got to keep getting some guys on, and eventually they think they'll start coming through with those key hits. They have not done a good job in this type of a situation, hitting just 187 on the season with runners in scoring position. Castro will draw his 2nd walk of the night. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, presented by Taco Bell, is brought to you by Mercedes-Benz, the best or nothing. And it looks like John Farrell's going back to the bullpen. Barnes out. Tazawa will be coming in, but the Red Sox leading by 2. baseball at Minute Maid Park, the Astros and the Boston Red Sox. In the rubber match of this 3-game series, neither Henry Owens nor Scott Feldman were able to go deep into this game. The Red Sox with a 5-3 lead, taking advantage of 3 Houston errors as we take a look now at our game track. Brought to you by Wall Clippers and Trimmers. A big night for Dustin Pedroia. Bottom of the order for the Red Sox, doing a lot of damage. Ryan Hannigan's had a nice night, a couple of hits and an RBI. Jose Altuve has been very good offensively, but has committed 2 errors as well. And Marwin Gonzalez with his first home run of the season. So it is 5-3 Boston to bottom 6, but the Astros are threatening. First and second, 1 out. Top of the order, Altuve is up. And the new pitcher for the Red Sox is right-hander Junichi Tazawa, who has pitched very well so far this season. 9 appearances, 7 innings, just 2 hits and 1 run. And a big breaking ball in there for a called strike to Altuve.
Tazawa, who's been a very reliable reliever for a few years now for the Red Sox. Heavy dose of fastball, split fingered, will mix in that curveball that you just saw, and a slider as well. But primarily fastball split as the out pitch.
2 men aboard. Altuve, a double, a single, 2 stolen bases, and he is struck out. Weak ground ball to the right side, and Pedroia's plays on to first, 2 down as the runners advance. Setting up an opportunity now for George Springer with 2 on and 2 out. A big part of the Astros' present and future. He's got power, he's got speed, he's dealt with some injuries in his career, but if they keep him healthy, boy, Altuve, Springer, Correa, and the way Rasmus is swinging the bat right now, it's a pretty potent top of the order.
You got to remember, just a couple years ago, George Springer was the face of this future Astros team. All the Springer time, the talk, the pub, everything about it. He got injured last season. But now this is the first time we've actually really been able to see both him and Correa work a full season, they hope, together.
He's 1 for 2 with a walk. Doubled back in the 3rd. And another breaking ball to start him off. Tazawa out in front, 0-1. First round pick back in 2011. You can see the injuries. The one Jess was referring to last year was a broken wrist, cost him a couple of months. UConn Nation in the house here in Houston. A lot of potential on this young man as he takes outside, a ball and a strike.
The biggest thing that the Astros want to see George Springer do offensively, and this you don't say about a lot of players, is dial down his swing. AJ Hinch would like to see him at about 90%. A lot of times you want a guy to swing 100% every time, but his 100% is too much. He tends to overswing, but he's got so much talent that when he slows it down, knock about 10% off, that's when he gets his hits.
In the air to right field and deep. Betts back, makes the catch just shy of the fence. Springer just a few feet short from giving Houston the lead. Instead, it's out number 3, and the Red Sox lead is intact at the end of 6. He gave it a ride, but just short. 5-3 Boston. Ramirez, a lot more smiling this year. He's back in the infield. He seems to be adjusting well to first base. More engaged on a daily basis, say folks around the Red Sox. Trying to get the bat going to the extent that he is capable. This guy back in the day as a young player with the Marlins. He wasn't as big as he is now. He still hit for power, but boy, he stole a lot of bases too. He was one of the most talented players in all of baseball. In 2007, he hit .332, hit 29 home runs, and stole 51 bases. Is that the year you were a Marlin, Aaron?
Yeah, that was the year I played with him, and one of the most dynamic players I've ever played with. One of those guys that the ball came off his bat and still does come off his bat just a little bit differently than everyone else. Lightning, as I would say, lightning in his hands, and he still has that bat speed. Boston hoping it'll come out.
Originally with the Red Sox, traded to the Marlins in the Mike Lowell, Josh Beckett deal. Went to the Dodgers, back to the Red Sox, went to left field last year. You know, the Ramirez and Sandoval, two huge question marks for the Red Sox coming into this season. It is very early. Right now, obviously with Sandoval, it has not worked out thus far. Wasn't in shape, lost his job, now hurt. But for Ramirez, I think there's got to be a lot of optimism defensively. And I think they know probably they'll get a pretty good year out of him offensively if he stays healthy.
And the biggest thing for Hanley now is the position that he gets those hands, those lightning quick hands you talked about, Aaron Boone, is the fact that when he gets his front foot down, look at that back leg, look at that bend that he gets. That wasn't there last year. And he doesn't square up completely on this, but the fact that he can get his hands into that position because of where his lower half allows him to be in a good position to hit.
Ramirez the lead, 5-3 Red Sox, top 7. What was he like, Aaron, so it was 2007, so he's 23 years old. What was he like was it just natural ability? Was he a student of the game? Did he have mentors on the team? What was he like as a kid?
Well, Miguel Cabrera, who was also a very young player still, even though he had 4 or 5 years at that point in the big leagues. Miggy's a savant as a hitter, so you had that with Miggy. He could break down a pitcher and tell you what he was going to do. But what struck me about Hanley at that point in his career is how good of a breaking ball hitter he was, and how
he's running. And the throw off the glove of Correa into center field. Ramirez at second with a stolen base.
Well, this is a really nice job. First of all, kind of turning back the clock with a little stolen base here. But I like what he does. He realizes the throw gets away from Correa and goes right into taking off. And by turning around, that tells him to shut it down because he knew Gomez was picking it up. He didn't look and then run. He started to run and then realized, okay, now I can shut it down, but put myself in a position if Gomez is not in the right place backing that up. But what stuck out to me is how good a breaking ball hitter he was back then, and how he would go up and sit on a breaking ball every now and then launch it off the facade at whatever it was called, Joe Robbie Stadium. Or
not a good hitter's ball.
It was for him.
Well, guys, he learned at the feet of the best. Hanley told me that he learned a ton about hitting breaking pitches when he was a very young player with the Red Sox, spending a lot of time in the cage, 6:37 in the morning with Manny Ramirez.
Second stolen base of the season for Hanley Ramirez. And a leadoff man at second here in the 7th. The Red Sox trying to add to their lead. This ground ball will get him over. So a productive out for Shaw.
You know, we weren't very good in that 2007 season, but batting practice, can't miss that year with the Marlins. You had Hanley launching them off the facade, Miguel Cabrera, Josh Willingham, Dan Ugla hitting them a mile, the toy cannon, Cody Ross. I mean, we could put on a show in BP. Yeah, well, hey, I was on the team.
Infield comes in now for the Astros. The batter is Brock Holt. A good night, a sac fly, an infield hit, and a walk. And he has seen 22 pitches in those 3 plate appearances. All 3 appearances went to a full count. Ramirez at third with 1 out. Outfielders really playing Holt to hit to the opposite field as he checks the swing and takes a strike. Carlos Gomez is shallow and way over toward left center field.
This is what we were talking about earlier with Brock Holt, that outfield shifting.
Red Sox just 2 for 11 tonight with runners in scoring position.
Well, what stands out to me is how shallow George Springer is. I mean, to the pull side, to his power side, I mean, he's almost playing like in a soft, light-hitting right-handed hitter. That's where most people would play. But again, the aggressive defensive alignments, especially in the outfield of this Houston Astros team, and they really want to cut down this run if they can.
Line to right, caught by Springer. Here comes Ramirez. Here comes the throw, and he's out by 20 feet. Inning over, 7th inning stretch. Back here in Houston, Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. The Red Sox lead the Astros 5-3. Coming up May the 3rd on ESPN, an E60 looking at Carlos Correa, and he talks about his humble beginnings growing up in Puerto Rico.
When you live in a house this small, and you obviously you have one bathroom for 4 people, and you gotta dream big. You gotta try to give your family a better lifestyle. I set big goals, and I know at some points those dreams will come true.
Carlos Correa trying to provide for his family, and certainly it goes without saying how well he has carried himself as a young man. He is 21 years of age, does not turn 22 until September. Rookie of the Year last year. It's not just the talent. It's so many other things that make him such a tremendous young player. The way that he handles himself with fans, with media, with everybody that we've seen him in the last couple of years.
You can't walk by him without him coming up, shaking your hand, asking who you might be. He's somebody that is very inclusive to everybody in the room.
He leads off the 7th inning. Buster?
Yeah, and I went down to do that E60 piece and spent time with Carlos, with Max Brodke, the producer who's on the piece. And it was absolutely striking how he carried himself and how that town of Santa Isabel, where he grew up, responded to him. Now what happened is that every night he asked the mayor of his hometown if he could use the little ballpark in Santa Isabel every night. And guys, every single night when he would go work out, he asked that they open it up to kids to come and watch. And there were 200 or 300 kids there every night, most of them wearing Astros gear. He'd work out for 2 hours. These kids would react to everything that he would do. And then afterward, he would pose for pictures, sign things for 45 minutes. He is the hero of that town.
Well, another breaking ball from Tazawa here. Looking fastball, gets that foot down, and then recognizes the speed of the pitch, the break, and stays with it. Jess, you talked about in the open how good of a job he does at keeping his bat in the hitting zone for a long time. He's initially a little fooled by this pitch. He's able to slow it down, but keep that bat in the hitting zone a long time and able to drive that back through the middle of the field.
So again, the Astros have the leadoff man on, 2nd inning in a row. They're down 5-3. They've got Colby Erasmus up with a chance to tie the game. Houston has left 8 men on through 6 innings tonight. AJ Hinch knows they've had their chances. This has been probably the number 1 storyline for this team this year. Their failure to execute with runners in scoring position. You just saw neither team's done a good job tonight, but for the Astros, it's been a problem all season long. We mentioned off the top they have not won consecutive games all season. They're 6-12. Try to win 2 in a row for the first time if they can get one here tonight. Astros are on their way to Seattle. After this game, the Red Sox are on their way to Atlanta. They'll play in Atlanta for 2, then home to Atlanta for 2. Before hosting the Yankees next weekend, and we'll be there 1 week from tonight. Ball and a strike to count on Erasmus, who has flied out, walked, and grounded out. Correa digging in at first, not going. Erasmus thinking about bunting for a base hit, but he bunts it foul. Let's take a look at the MLB calendar beginning tomorrow night. ESPN will bring you the Yankees and the Rangers both tomorrow night and Wednesday night. And then 1 week from tonight, as mentioned, the Yankees and the Red Sox from Fenway Park. Sunday Night Baseball presented by Taco Bell. And the scheduled matchup, if things keep going the way they're going, will be David Price and Luis Severino. Price will start Tuesday in Atlanta, and then scheduled to start next Sunday at home against the Yankees.
Now Rasmus, who obviously comes into this game a very hot hitter and perhaps the most dangerous hitter on this team, especially here as the tying run. has now gotten deep enough into this count to where he's seen Tazawa's pitches now. He's seen the breaking ball. He's seen a couple of splits. He's seen the fastball in the strike zone.
The 2-2 on the way. And Rasmus lifts a fly ball to left center, not deep. Holt over to his left to make the catch for out number 1. Back to first goes Correa.
Well, let's see how the Red Sox attack the hot-hitting Colby Rasmus. Start him out, little split finger in the dirt. Rasmus, who's shown good patience. Then they split the strike zone with that fastball, and then with Shaw playing off the line and back, he tried to drop the bunt. And then Rasmus with 2 strikes, kind of protecting against everything. It's another split-fingered fastball that just dips a little bit down and away and has enough run on it away to get it on the end of the bat and turn into a lazy fly ball for Rasmus.
So now the batter is Tyler White. He's 0 for 2. Does have a sac fly tonight, his 13th RBI on the season, but officially is now 3 for his last 30. Going back over 8 games after starting the season so well the first week. Breaking ball for a strike.
And that's been an effective pitch for Tazawa tonight. That breaking ball that he'll start these hitters with off early in the count. A lot of times the first pitch, just flipping it in there for a strike. Just kind of get him ahead in the count, and then he can go to work with that fastball split-fingered combination that he ultimately wants to get you out with.
No 1. Yes, he did. 0-2. I'll look at Tyler White's hit chart. What do you guys see from this?
Plate coverage. And I think that's what Tyler White has shown the Astros organization. It's an outstanding bat path, short swing through the zone, and allows him to cover a lot of pitches. And while there may not be the upside 25, 30, whatever homers you like to see from a first baseman, there's no questioning the quality of hitter that he is.
It also, from a pitcher's point of view, puts an emphasis on getting and locating a fastball low and in on him. A lot of times you'll see him be able to get something up in the zone, as we saw with the chart, something away. He pretty much covers that, but there is a hole right there low and in. But a lot of pitchers, I feel like now, especially to righties, have a hard time really getting in there.
It's great White right there.
That's a diehard fan.
Yeah, it is.
They planned that out.
Let's see what he did there.
Hannigan slides to the outside on the 0-2. Swung on and missed. The ball in the dirt, but first base occupied, less than 2 outs, so nowhere for White to go, and he strikes out 2 down.
3 breaking balls in that at bat to Tyler White, and he struggled with them. You see that starts up around the belt, and Tyler White just out in front, fooled, and Hannigan goes to the knees and just makes sure he blocks it. A big second out here for Tazawa and the Red Sox.
Tazawa not very predictable in fastball counts. I mean, whether it's starting, as you mentioned, a batter off with the curveball, whether it's when he's ahead or behind and you think that he's going to come with something harder. He's got 3 different breaking pitches that he's very confident in throwing.
And he's gotten 4 big outs out of the bullpen for the Red Sox so far tonight. Carlos Gomez is the batter. He's 0 for 3. And he takes high, ball 1. John Farrell hoping that Tazawa can get through this inning. Then they would have Uehara for the 8th and Kimbrel for the 9th. Uehara hasn't pitched in almost a week. Red Sox bullpen, a lot of innings. They're actually carrying 13 pitchers right now, 8 relievers, just a 3-man bench. Gomez is not having any fun tonight. Pat Neshek is up in the Astros bullpen. Late on the fastball, 1-2.
There's just an unpredictability about Tazawa.
Yeah.
You know, as a relief pitcher, usually you're dealing with 2 pitches. But there's 2 breaking balls. There's the split and the fastball, which are his bread and butter. And every batter, he has not fallen into any kind of predictable pattern. He's using the fastball here. The previous batter was the breaking ball.
Well, he put the pitch where he wanted. Hannigan wanted the elevated fastball, but Gomez fouled it off.
And that's such a tough pitch when you've seen 80 low. I mean, not just the velocity difference, which is the more obvious, but changing that eye level when it's something at your shin that you're seeing, and it changes that's where your eye level's at, and then all of a sudden 94 at your chest.
Well, and especially as a hitter, when you know the split fingered with two strikes is a total weapon for Tazawa, but now he's in your head because he's beating you up with fastballs up in the strike zone and up out of the strike zone.
Same pitch, same result.
And why not? I mean, the reason is look at Gomez's reaction. He's trying to sit and protect something slower, and that's why he is as late as you can possibly be, trying to waste a fastball that he doesn't want right now because he knows he has to protect something that's 10 miles an hour slower.
Right, and if he goes to the split, he's got to see that pitch up. So his discipline is trying to get it elevated because he knows anything down is probably going to end up a chase pitch down and out of the zone.
Correa the lead at first, 2 down, the 1-2 again, and another high fastball fouled off.
And at this point, you're just like, is he going to do it again? He's got to throw me the split at some point.
I think you waste one down. You give him a split, you give him a slider, something that's off of that fastball, at least to change it back up low in the zone.
I agree.
Going up again.
Next on SportsCenter, the latest on Steph Curry. After he injures his knee during Game 4, the Warriors beating the Rockets right here in Houston. Plus, Bryce Harper, another big moment for the Nationals. John Anderson, John Abuchagras. SportsCenter currently airing on ESPN2.
Here comes again.
And he finally got him. Gomez strikes out again. What a job by Tazawa. Getting some big outs out of the bullpen for the Red Sox, who still have the lead at the end of 7. by the Beefy Crunch and Cheesy Double Beef Burritos. You asked for them. Taco Bell brought them back for just $1. And in part by Farmers Insurance. See unbelievable but true tales of coverage at farmers.com/Hall of Claims. And Otezla. Learn more at otezla.com. Top 8 in Houston. Still 5-3 Red Sox. All the runs were scored off the 2 starters tonight. Scott Feldman, who gave up 5 runs, 3 earned and 4 1/3 for Houston. Henry Owens, 3 earned runs and 3 1/3. Junichi Tazawa, 5 big outs for Boston. And meanwhile, Chris Davinsky just keeps doing his thing out of the bullpen.
He's been
for the
0-2 all night.
Yep.
And quick.
He's gone 2 2/3 in relief of Feldman. Hannigan's had a good night with a couple of hits, including a double. Bullpens have been good. Davinsky for the Astros, Barnes and Tazawa for the Red Sox. Got him. Second strikeout tonight for Davinsky.
Just keeps filling up that strike zone, Jessica. You talked about it. He's getting ahead. That changeup's been a real weapon for him, and there finishes him off with a breaking ball that I think probably looked like the changeup that's had good depth to it, but he breaks it off the plate down and away and gets Hannigan fishing.
Jackie Bradley Jr., an RBI double sandwiched between a couple of strikeouts. Bradley has been a streaky hitter at times in his big league career. Hit .249 last year. Showed a little power. 10 home runs and 221 at bats. Year before, when he played more, 384 at bats, he hit just $198. One of the best there is, going and getting them out in center field. As he lifts a pop up back of second, and Correa is there, 2 down. MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, delivers everything you have come to expect and more. Watch every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices. Includes a free subscription to At Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. Two down in the inning. And back to the top of the order for Mookie Betts. And a chopper hit weakly over the mound, charged by Correa, and he won't have a play.
Man, we see some speed tonight between Jose Altuve and Mookie Betts. They make a miss hit look good, the way they get down the line. Who would believe that just 2 nights ago, I mean, he almost hit for the cycle. He had 2 triples, a double, a single. A lot of different things that Mookie Betts can do.
Yeah, 2 hits tonight. He's 11 for his last 24.
This is a spot with 2 outs that you want to be, I think, super aggressive on the bases. You've got a 2-run lead, Pedroia up. Roll the dice a little, try and get into scoring position here. Tack on a little bit.
Pedroia with a double in the first inning, a triple in the second inning, and has since grounded out and flied out. So Betts 3 for 3 stealing bases this year, 21 of 27 last year.
He's got a good lead out there. I think this is a situation where you want to try and run early in the count.
He's going. Throw down is not in time.
That's just a great job of being intense in his lead right away. Understanding, again, 2 outs. Pedroia up. You've got a 2-run lead. Hey, I want to get into scoring position right now and try and steal that extra run and give my bullpen and my team a 3-run lead. If Pedroia can get a base hit, and it helped that Davinsky is incredibly slow to the plate, it looks like.
And a liner into left field, a base hit for Pedroia. But it will only get Betts to third.
You know, I think Mookie made a mistake there. It
Did he
almost
forget
looked
the number
like
of
he
outs?
froze.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was at him. He's talking, he's saying,
Said
I
I broke in the
froze.
stop.
I don't know if it was so much an out thing, but it's certainly a mistake here by Mookie. It's another changeup. This one stays up, and Pedroia does a good job of keeping that bat in the hitting zone. But watch Mookie Betts here. 2 outs, you got to be off. Not sure what he's waiting on, but it is a mistake. And as a result, Butterfield has no choice but to hold him at third base.
End of the line for Devenski as Butterfield and Betts continue to talk it over to third. Veteran Pat Neshek is on his way in from the bullpen for Houston. Every ballpark for every game. Visit MLB.com/tickets today. Who knows? You could even wind up with a t-shirt. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. Welcome back to Minute Maid Park. Veteran right-hander Pat Neshek in his second year as an Astro had a .362 ERA last year in 66 appearances. He has had some really good seasons with St. Louis in 2014. He had a .187 ERA and a .183 opponent's batting average. And he is funky, herky-jerky, and no fun for right-handed batters.
He's like nothing you ever see as a hitter. You think he's kind of coming submarine, and then all of a sudden he stands up and just kind of bowls it at you from a higher angle than you think. But I remember the first time he came up with the Twins and was really nasty, and it felt like it took you 4 or 5 pitches just to see where the ball was coming from. It looks like he's going to come down kind of submarine style, but then he kind of stands up, and actually the release point is just a lot higher than you think, but really difficult for a hitter, especially a right-handed hitter, to pick up.
To right field, and the inning is over. 2 men left on by the Red Sox. Going to the bottom of the 8th. Here come the Astros, still down by 2. Parker Custom Boots. Zephan Parker, the owner of Parker Custom Boots, hand-cut and handmade custom cowboy boots, wallets, and belts. Thought you were showing up in some of that stuff today, Booney.
Nah.
Here's Koji Uehara, 41 years of age, has not pitched since Monday when he had a rough outing against Toronto, gave up 4 earned runs in just a third of an inning. Very unusual lack of control for Uehara. He walked 2 and hit 1 in that outing, and this is a guy, when he's on, his control is about as good as anybody.
Yeah, that classic fastball split. Fastball will be routinely, 86, 87, 88 miles an hour. Not a lot of velocity, but hitters swing at it like there is a lot of velocity. He will challenge him up in the strike zone, and then he's always got that nasty split that hitters are certainly aware of.
Evan Gattis yanks one foul down the left field line. Gattis is 2 for 3 with a single, a double, and his first RBI of the season tonight.
Well, first pitch swinging here for Evan Gattis. It is a split finger. It's in the strike zone. Just a little quick.
Bat looks like a toothpick in his hands. It just looks freakishly small.
And hitting, using that today, it's not.
Yeah.
When you had it,
Oso Blanco.
You made it look like the true weight.
Yes. Thank you.
No. But then you hand it to him, and it's like there's nothing in his hands. I mean, he's just wiggling.
It's like a caveman.
Yeah.
Bam, bam.
Yeah.
A.J. Hinch does want to get him in there catching pretty soon. Again, we mentioned he's coming back from hernia surgery, so he's behind. He's been really relegated to being a part-time DH and pinch hitter so far this year. But they do have plans to get him behind the plate.
Get over here. Ah.
After Gattis, it'll be Marwin Gonzalez and then Jason Castro, bottom third of the order for the Astros. It's been 5-3 since the end of the third as Gattis pops one up. Bogarts for out number 1. Coming up this week on ESPN, a Monday Night Baseball tomorrow night. The Yankees and Rangers at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Same matchup on Wednesday night. Wednesday Night Baseball presented by Hankook. And then Sunday Night Baseball 1 week from tonight from Fenway Park. The Red Sox hosting the Yankees. Looks like David Price will be on the mound in that game for Boston. We'll start Tuesday in Atlanta. And then Sunday at home against the Yankees if weather doesn't get in the way. There's Gonzalez. Hit a home run from the right side of the plate back in the second inning, his first of the season. Preston Tucker is out on the on-deck circle to hit for Jason Castro. Tucker getting the lion's share of the at-bats against right-handed pitching as a DH this year. Here's what Gonzalez did from the other side of the plate back in the second inning off Henry Owens.
Trying to get that fastball in, 88 miles an hour at the top of the zone and in the heart of the plate. And Gonzalez takes advantage of the short porch out there and drops one into the Crawford boxes. There's Henry Owens. Hoping to be part of a win tonight, even though he can't factor in the decision.
Meanwhile, in the Astros pen, some activity. Left-hander Tony Sipp has been throwing. Not a banner night for either starter, but the bullpens have really settled it down. Sipp up with David Ortiz set to lead off the top of the 9th inning for Boston. 0-2. Got him.
Well, after a couple fastballs in the strike zone, it just sets up this pitch perfectly with 2 strikes. Starts it out around the knees. You just see the bottom fall out of that. Hannigan goes to the knees just to make sure he keeps it in front of him, but completely fooled and out in front is Marwin Gonzalez. The big second out for Koji.
Uehara doing a lot of closing for the Red Sox over the last 3 years. 72 saves for them those last 3 years. Here's Preston Tucker batting for Castro. Waves at one.
Well, if Uehara can get Tucker here, that likely sets up Kimbrel in the 9th against the top of the Astros batting order. That'll be a fun matchup to see.
Uehara almost reverse setting up what he did with Gonzalez now to Tucker, starting with 2 splitters away. I expect at some point he's going to come with that fastball higher in the zone. Three now splitters consecutively.
Ball's behind Tucker, 2-1. Tucker's got some power in his bat. 13 home runs last year and 300 at bats. Down the right field line, but this will be well back into the seats.
Another splitter.
4 in a row.
Now you might see that 88-mile-an-hour fastball
Look,
at the top of the
95.
zone. That's where he likes to sneak it in there. He has a knack for being basically just a 2-pitch guy. He does have a knack for really throwing what the hitter appears to not be looking for.
Got him with another splitter down. So a very good inning for Uehara. 3 up, 3 down with a couple of strikeouts. David Ortiz is going to lead off the 9th for the Boston Red Sox. Poppy's farewell here in Houston. 9th inning coming up. He's going to lead off the 9th inning here for the Red Sox. Got himself a nice big cowboy hat as a gift Friday night in the opening game of this series. The farewell tour has begun for Big Poppy here in 2016. In game, he's 1 for 3 plus an intentional walk. 5-3 Red Sox, top 9. New battery for the Astros. Pitcher is left-hander Tony Sipp. Pitched to a 1.99 ERA a year ago, making his 9th appearance here this season. The new catcher is Eric Kratz. Down and away ball 2.
Back-to-back really strong seasons for Tony Sipp out of this Astros bullpen. Fastball, slider, and change. On to try and keep it within striking distance for his offense.
Call on the corner, 2-1. Nancy Ortiz smiling in disagreement with the call. He'll be followed by Hanley Ramirez and then Travis Shaw here in the top of the 9th. And looking ahead to the bottom of the 9th, as Aaron mentioned last half inning, it will be the top of the order. Jose Altuve, George Springer, and Carlos Correa. And there's about 99 miles an hour warming up in the bullpen right now for the Red Sox. Craig Kimbrel, one of the big offseason acquisitions. New president Dave Dombrowski signing David Price, trading for Craig Kimbrel. Kimbrel's had some success this season, but has had a couple of outings that haven't gone the way that he would like. Most notably one against Baltimore back on the 11th of the month. Still one of the toughest guys, though, as Ortiz lines one into the right field corner. He's thinking 2. Springer's throw on a bounce is in time.
David Ortiz does a nice job of getting his hands on this inside pitch, but you see him out of the box. Took him a couple steps, then he tries to get going, but George Springer, perfect throw to get Ortiz out. This was a long throw. He had to make it in the corner.
Saying that's no way to treat a 40-year-old man on his farewell tour.
He had a little giddy up, though, around first base.
Yeah, he did.
Kicked it into gear and then got about halfway down.
I think he realized as soon as he decided to go, though, he's like, that's George Springer out there. And he can do some things when he gets to that ball. So I think he might have known that result was coming.
So base hit thrown out, trying to stretch it into a double. Here's Hanley Ramirez, 1 for 4. John Farrell told us before the game today it is unlikely that Ortiz will play first base in either of the 2 games in Atlanta tomorrow or Tuesday. He'll be available to pinch hit, and that's it.
Hanley Ramirez, I feel like in the last 2 at-bats, I feel like he's changed a little bit. I feel like he's freeing himself up a little bit. Keep an eye on him this week. I feel like something's starting to happen with him. I think in these last 2 at-bats, he's starting to feel better at the plate, and he looks a little more comfortable to me.
On the appeal, he didn't go. So you're saying if you're in a pool and it's a daily, whatever, just
keep an eye. Keep an eye on him this week.
Don't make any trades yet.
Keep an eye on it. You know, he's made such a drastic change to his approach, but I feel like this last 2 at-bats is a little bit different. You know, just 5 extra base hits so far on the year. I feel like he's been a little slow to get into hitting position on time, and I feel like maybe that's starting to happen.
Ground ball to short. 2 down.
Out in front of this pitch a little bit here. I feel like so far early in the season, and the reason he's not walked very much and is striking out a lot is I feel like he's been late getting that front foot down, and as a result, you don't read the pitch as well as you should. And you heard him on that foul ball get really frustrated with himself. I think that's because he is starting to see the ball a little bit better. Keep an eye on it this week. That's all.
Oh, we have him next week, so we'll check back in.
Here's Travis Shaw with 2 down and the base is empty. Shaw 0 for 3, also walked with the bases loaded back in the first. It was 5-3 Boston at the end of 3. It has not changed. Both bullpens have been terrific. Red Sox trying to take 2 out of 3.
And Shaw's been quiet tonight. This is a bat that leaving the team an average on base percentage. He did have the walk. His first AB, strikeout looking, a pop fly to center and a ground out. But he hasn't really had it together thus far. He seems to be a little disconnected. Again, 1 game, not a big deal, but I was kind of zoning in on him being behind Hanley, who's been struggling. That bat in the bottom of his order to kind of get things going.
3-1. And a full count now on Shaw. Chris Davinsky with 3 1/3 shutout innings out of the bullpen for the Astros, giving his team a chance to get back into it. The offense has been unable to take advantage to this point because Matt Barnes, Junichi Tazawa, and Koji Uehara were all very good out of the bullpen for the Red Sox.
I feel like the game is changing. It has been for a few years, but it used to be when a starting pitcher came out of the game, you were like, yes, finally. These are the kind of drop-off arms that you kind of get to get your hits in. That's when the run production usually came. And now it's and obviously this game is an example of that, but the runs come early, the bullpen comes in, and now you're like, a lot of times you could be done. It's not just these 2 teams, but you're facing the Yankees, Andrew Miller and Dylan Betances when they get Chapman back, and you look at the Royals and their recipe and how they've been able to handle things. You want the starter to stay in as long as possible.
Yeah.
Well, how about with the Yankees coming up 3 times on our network this week, the run that Dylan Betances is on right now with the strikeouts.
More Ks and a lot of starting pitchers.
Yeah.
And we're now 15 days away from Aroldis Chapman returning to the Yankees.
Betances in 9 innings has struck out 22. Pop up to end the inning. We're going to the bottom of the 9th. It remains the Red Sox 5 and the Astros 3. A safe situation coming for Craig Kimbrel. Top of the order coming up for Houston. They're going to do it against one of the best closers in baseball. The Astros come up trailing 5-3. Craig Kimbrel is on the mound for the Boston Red Sox. One of the hardest throwers in baseball. He's 5 for 5 in save situations this year, but as we mentioned, a couple of outings have not gone great for him. Gave up 3 earned runs in an inning against the Orioles on April the 11th, and this past Monday against Toronto came in after Uehara struggled, and then Kimbrel walked in a run, walked Troy Tulowitzki, and then in a 9 or 10 pitch at bat, Russell Martin got him for a 2-run single. But still, this guy's about as good as it gets, about as tough a guy to hit against as there is.
Yeah, those couple of issues, it's just been fastball command, where he sprayed it around a little bit, hoping he can get on track tonight are the Red Sox, but it's still that upper 90s fastball with the breaking ball. And him coming into the game here in Houston reminds me a lot of Billy Wagner. Built very similarly, short, stocky, flamethrowers. Kimbrel, of course, from the right side, though.
Top of the order for the Astros, Altuve, Springer, Correa. '97, 0-1. Just getting loose.
Yeah. Put your chin strap on and dial it up a little bit.
And there's the slider away. Kimbrel, of course, came up with Atlanta some big seasons, including a 50 save season in 2013 when he had a 1.21 ERA. The year before he had a 1.01 ERA.
Big leg kick and really drives with that lower half.
In the air down the right field line. Betts into foul territory. Has room. Boy, no panic at all in Betts as he tracked over near the fence to make that catch.
Well, this is just positioning, knowing where you're at. You see him look down. He understands where the wall is. There's no panic at all. Just very much a comfortable feel as he goes right in to where the fans, the wall.
Jess, I love the little hop there because the hop protects him from, if a fan does come in, he's in position to kind of
hit him a little bit,
explode and block him off.
Or her.
Or her. And the fan, to their credit, stayed kind of out of the, but that's a subtle little smart veteran move out there by Mookie Betts to, just in case a fan got any ideas, he's in position with the little jump there to secure it anyway.
Batter is George Springer. Springer tonight 1 for 3, and he's also walked. If it holds up tonight, Matt Barnes would get credit for the win. Scott Feldman would take the loss. Henry Owens going just 3 1/3 as the starter tonight for the Red Sox. A win for Boston would move the Red Sox back to the 500 mark at 9-9 in an American League East division that kind of tough to get a handle on right now. Baltimore still in the lead at 11-6. The Blue Jays got back to the 500 mark today at 10-10. Tampa Bay's 8-10. The Yankees right now are in the basement. They're at 7-10. Two down.
Set him up so perfectly. That slider. Upper 90s fastball, chest high. Beautiful depth. That slider away.
So the Astros down to their final out. It'll be Carlos Correa. 1 for 3 with a walk. A Houston loss, and they would drop to 6-13. The only teams in the baseball right now with a worse record than the Astros are the Twins and the Braves. Not what you expect from a team that won 86 games and made the postseason a year ago.
You know, the good thing if you're the Astros and off to such a poor start is the Western Division. You know, Texas sweeps them in Arlington this week, but then goes and gets pummeled by Chicago. So no one's got up and created too much distance. The Astros need to start picking it up, and I would expect they would. Just too much talent. Got to right the ship from a starting pitching standpoint. It's been a real struggle so far, but I think over time you'll see this team take off eventually, led by that guy at the top of the rotation, of course, Dallas Keuchel. But this team too talented, I think, to struggle for much longer.
Big swing and a miss, 2-1.
I think a good trip to Seattle will, at least I would think, boost the confidence of the staff at Park.
Going to Seattle and then 3 games in Oakland. So the Astros will play a couple of divisional rivals, always important series. Well, the last thing Kimbrel wants to do is lose Correa and bring Rasmus to the plate as the potential tying run. To right field, pretty deep. Over the head of Betts and off the wall on the fly, and Correa's into second base.
And guys, all of a sudden, kind of a ho-hum, looked like easy inning for Craig Kimbrel here. A ringing double to right, and now one of the hottest hitters in the American League, especially from a power standpoint, comes up as the tying run. And Hannigan out there to talk to Kimbrel. You're certainly not going to walk the tying run on base, but as hot as he is, this is a guy you don't want to beat you in this situation.
Rasmus, as you can see, has never had any luck against Kimbrel. 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts in his career. The Astros just 1 for 10 with the runners in scoring position tonight. But they got a guy at the plate who can do some damage. He did yesterday with a grand slam, and he can tie this one with 1 swing of the bat. .98 swing and a miss. And now, with nobody really on the left side of the infield, Correa will just jog to third. And the big picture doesn't mean much, if anything. All that matters is the guy at the plate. High fly ball, right center. It is deep, and the game is tied.
The swing and a miss up on a fastball. Colby Rasmus, this is his zone. Same location as his grand slam a night ago. He takes a pitch. High velocity, but right in the cookie zone for Colby Rasmus.
A stunner here in the bottom of the 9th as Craig Kimbrel blows the save, giving up a game-tying home run to Colby Rasmus. Correa loving it coming down the line from third. Here's Tyler White. It's a slider for a high strike, and the count is 0-2. What a season Rasmus is having.
I mean, he is becoming a really, really good player in this league. I remember when he came up with the St. Louis Cardinals, all kinds of talent, and when he got traded from the Cardinals to the Blue Jays, I thought it was something that Cardinals would regret. They didn't, because he basically struggled, but he has come here to Houston, found a home, gotten comfortable, and becoming a star on this Houston Astro team.
Down to their final out. Colby Rasmus electrifies the crowd here in Houston with a home run off Craig Kimbrel, and we're going extra innings. Colby Rasmus with a 2-out, 2-run home run off Craig Kimbrel, tying the game and sending it to extra innings.
Well, Jess, you said it. Almost an identical pitch that he hit the grand slam the day before off of Clay Buchholz with 2 outs and 2 strikes early in the game. Here, after getting a fastball blown by him up and out of the strike zone, Kimbrel misses down and in right where Colby Rasmus loves it. And right away, the Astros bench knows they've got new life.
Correa loving it coming down the line. Kimbrel not so much. First blown save of the season for Craig Kimbrel. 10th inning in Houston. Luke Gregerson out of the pen for the Astros. Brock Holt leads it off and takes a strike. Gregerson is the closer for the Astros, but this situation, no safe situation anymore in the home park, so A.J. Hinch puts his best in there right now to face the Red Sox here in a tie game. The good year last year, saved 31 games. The Astros making that highly publicized deal, that big deal with Philadelphia, getting Ken Giles for 5 pitching prospects, one of whom, Vincent Velasquez, struck out 16 for the Phillies last week. But Gregerson pitched well in the spring, retained his spot as the closer. Giles working as the setup man right now. And he gets Holt to chase. Out number 1.
Well, Gregerson, not your conventional closer, not overpowering by any means. Fastball typically in the upper 80s, but it is a wipeout slider. And after 2 fastballs there, Brock Holt, who's shown all kinds of patience all night long, chases that late-breaking slider in the dirt.
One down in the inning, and here's Ryan Hanigan, the Red Sox catcher, 2 for 4, a single, a double, and an RBI. Brand new ball game here in Houston.
And when Ken Giles, Dan, to your point, came over, the assumption was immediate that he would take over the closer role, but I think it just shows how much confidence A.J. Hinch and this Astros staff have in Gregerson, knowing that he's not your typical closer, but there's something about his mindset, the fact that he did nothing to unearn it, and if anything, make it a little competition, and so far Gregerson has shown he deserves to be here.
Gregerson off to a good start. Giles, quite frankly, has struggled on a number of occasions so far this season. He's got an ERA over 7, and ERAs can be very misleading for relievers, especially this early in the season. But he has given up a run or runs in 4 separate appearances already this year. 4 of the 8 appearances he's made.
And there's a lot of talk about that. Is he frustrated because he's not the closer? And, you know, how is it affecting him from a psyche standpoint? And we asked A.J. Hinch about that today. And
that's a fair ball. Long throw. Gonzalez skipped across in time.
Wow. Wow. Marwin Gonzalez with a homer earlier in the game and a couple of outstanding defensive plays. This one takes the cake. Kind of some funky spin. That ball kind of bounces back and higher than I think he anticipated. He stays with it, gets to his feet, knows that Hannigan, the catcher, doesn't run well, is running. He just gets a lot on that throw, though, throws it low and skips it across. This ball kind of bounces a little bit back into the infield, so he almost overdives it. A great job of controlling his body and getting rid of that ball with a lot on it. What a great, great play.
It's been like a cat over there. We've seen two. Just the way he pops back up, moves, maneuvers his body. And he hasn't been the everyday third baseman.
Luis Valbuena getting a lot of time at third base. Gonzalez playing both corners. 2 down in the inning, and here's Jackie Bradley Jr., 1 for 4. Heath Hembree is warming in the bullpen for the Red Sox. Big swing and a miss. There's Hembree, so looks like he'll come on for the bottom of the 10th. Carlos Gomez, Evan Gattis, and Marwin Gonzalez scheduled for Houston. Crowd's really fired up. Those who left before Rasmus tied it up with a 2-out 2-run home run in the bottom of the 9th, regretting it right now in Houston because he's given his team and this crowd new life. Again, the 1-2. Bouncer back to the mound, and the Red Sox go in order. Now the Astros come up with a chance to win it. Tied at 5, going bottom 10 here at Minute Maid. Colby Rasmus tying the game at the bottom of the ninth. A 2-out, 2-run home run to deep right center of Craig Kimbrell. What a moment here at Minute Maid Park. That tied the game at 5, forced extra innings. The Red Sox went in order with the top of the 10th. The Astros now coming up at the bottom of the 10th, looking to win it. Lots more baseball coming your way this week on ESPN. Tomorrow night, Monday Night Baseball, the Yankees and the Texas Rangers at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. You can see the same matchup Wednesday night at 8 Eastern. And then 1 week from tonight, it'll be the Yankees and the Red Sox from Fenway Park. New pitcher for Boston, right-hander Heath Hembree is into the game. Hembree on the season has made just a couple of appearances, as you can see, covering 4 2/3, has not given up a run. He has struck out 7. He was recalled Tuesday from AAA Pawtucket for his first major league stint of this season. Last year, split the season between AAA and the Red Sox.
And between AAA and the big leagues this year in 9 2/3 innings, 16 strikeouts, fastball low to mid 90s, slider and a curveball on in a big spot here in the rubber game of this 3-game series.
Been a frustrating night for Carlos Gomez. 0 for 4, a couple of strikeouts. He can turn all that frustration around with one swing of the bat if it goes his way here in the bottom of the 10th. Gomez, Gaddis, Gonzalez, 6, 7, 8 in the Houston lineup. They'll try to bunt his way aboard. That's a foul ball.
You know, I like it.
Yeah, absolutely.
A guy that's frustrated, he could be pouting, he could be feeling sorry for himself. Instead, he's made 2 great plays in the outfield, and he's trying to get his team a win. And this says a lot about Carlos Gomez, even though he's breaking bats over his leg. He's passionate, but he cares about getting on base.
Guys, you should have seen him come bouncing out of the dugout before this half inning started. It looked like he was on a mission, like, okay, this time I'm going to make up for what I haven't done before.
Catches his breath, back to the plate with a count of 0-2. And that got a piece of Hannigan behind the plate.
Altuve's out just in case he's got to hurry up and celebrate. Getting himself in good position.
Is there a game that goes by that he's not got dirt up and down his uniform?
He and Pedroia.
They play hard.
Yep.
And well.
0-2. What a pitch. Right there on the outside corner, and Gomez strikes out for the 3rd time tonight.
Good look at Embree's delivery there. That power fastball down and away, perfectly located. Gomez perhaps protecting against off-speed pitch, freezes on a perfect strike 3 on the corner.
Now Evan Gaddis. Gaddis is 2 for 4, had an RBI single in the 3rd, doubled in the 6th. Looking for his first home run of the season. Limited at bats, as we mentioned, because of the hernia surgery. A late start to the year for Gaddis. Big time power. Gaddis with 27, 22, and 21 home runs his last 3 years. Last year with Houston, the prior 2 with Atlanta. Rally caps ready. Bouncer back towards the mound. 2 down. Well, how many innings you got on your scorecard? He's got 10.
I got 13.
You got 13? What do you got? Oh, you use the one they provide here. Yeah, so you got 12, I got 12.
Well, I got one more. Let's.
You guys and your fancy. I take what the game gives me.
Yeah. As a scorer, you stay within yourself about as much as anybody I know. 2 down. Marwin Gonzalez has already homered and made 3 great defensive plays. Gonzalez says, no, that's low. And Tony Randazzo says, enough of that, get back in the box. He did not like that gesturing at all from Gonzalez.
Yeah, Randazzo got the wag of the finger, and that's close to getting your run right there.
Liner into center, a base hit.
Let's take a look at that defense of Gonzalez. Getting warmed up with a little dive to his left, little one hopper across the diamond, then a tricky little hop where he goes to the ground to create a better hop, and then the gem of the night on a tough spinning ball, able to get to it, spin around, and throw a strike across the diamond to get Hannigan. 3 outstanding plays, one better than the next. And a big home run early in this game as well.
The batter is Eric Kratz. Came on to catch after Castro left for a pinch hitter a couple of innings ago. Kratz is looking for his first hit of the season. He's 0 for 13. Winning run at first with 2 down here in the bottom of the 10th. Line down the left field line, but foul.
You know, guys, and if nothing else for the Astros, that base hit by Gonzalez turns the lineup over one more time. So even if Kratz doesn't deliver here, you've got in the home half of the inning the top of the order coming up against a Red Sox pen that's really already gone through their best relievers.
A ball and a strike on Kratz. Hembree eyes Gonzalez at first. Short lead for Gonzalez. Now stretches it out. And a strike. 1-2. Kratz didn't seem to like it, but that one caught a lot of the plate.
Yeah, a little slider right down the heart of the plate. Maybe he saw it as being in initially, and the break fooled him, but that pitch is right down the middle. Saw that graphic, 5 for 55 are Astros catchers on this season so far, so they're hurting for some offense from this position. They feel like Castro is going to give them more offense than he's gotten, but also a big reason why they want to get Evan Gattis behind the plate some this year. That offense potentially behind there just to add a little bit of length to this dangerous lineup.
Hembree the set and the 1-2, and Kratz gets a piece to stay alive. If you're just joining us, Colby Rasmus tied the game with a 2-out, 2-run home run in the bottom of the 9th off Craig Kimbrell. Astros now batting in the bottom of the 10th. Try to win 2 in a row for the first time this season. Heath Hembree, the 6th pitcher of the night for the Red Sox. Left field, and a sliding catch made by Holt, battling a bank of lights as he makes the catch to end the inning. No runs, a base hit, and a man left. Good job by Holt getting the job done out in the outfield. Going to the 11th. The Houston Astros thus far, the 2-run home run on the bottom of the 9th of Craig Kimbrel, launching it to deep right center and sending this game to extra innings. Boy, he can turn around a fastball, Mr. Boone.
Yeah, after getting one blown by him up and out of the strike zone for strike one, they wanted to go back away and elevated. You saw Hannigan reach down and in right in that hot zone for a lot of lefties, and especially Colby Rasmus, who is on fire to start this season off for the Houston Astros.
Top of the order for the Red Sox: Betts, Pedroia, and Bogaerts. Second inning of work for Luke Gregerson out of the pen for the Astros. First pitch swinging. Two-hopper to third, one down. Coming up after our game concludes tonight, Sports Center with John Anderson and John Abuchagras. The latest on Steph Curry's injured knee. Byron Scott is out as Lakers head coach. And Bryce Harper, well, he had a
day off.
Colby Rasmus kind of moment. He did have a day off until the bottom of the 9th. And then he did what he's done so many times already this season. That was a crazy one between the Twins and the Nationals. Who knows where this one is going to end tonight. Kind of a crazy day in baseball. Dodgers with a wild comeback win in the 9th inning over Colorado. The Pirates and the Diamondbacks going deep into the night. Pedroia 3 for 5. He's a home run away from the cycle. Sharply hit. Correa, 2 down.
Well, he's used the entire field tonight. His first time up, a double down the left field line. Then with 2 strikes in his next at bat, he just kind of sticks out the bat, dumps one into that right field corner, legs out a triple. And then this, which could have been an insurance run, where Mookie Betts froze with 2 outs. I'm not sure he would have scored anyway, but certainly would have been a chance for the Red Sox to tack on a run that right now looks very big.
Ground ball to the left of Correa. Juggles, throws, not in time. Bogaerts safely across with an infield hit. Assuming they score it that way. If Correa comes up with it cleanly right away, he probably gets him. And it is a hit for Bogaerts.
It's just the transition. You just see him getting the ball not clearly out of the glove. He has to double check with his glove. Bogaerts diving into first. Allows him to barely beat it. But Correa's eyes the entire time on first base. Just can't get a hold of the ball.
And look who's up. Last time up, Ortiz singled and was thrown out trying to stretch it into a double. Ortiz 1 for 5 a lifetime against Gregerson.
I mean, that play by Correa there, not necessarily an easy play, but one he certainly needs to make, and is one of the storylines so far for the Astros early in the season. Just a little bit sloppy, something that they were not a lot last year, were not all of spring training, but it just hasn't clicked yet. And that opens the door for Big Papi here with 2 outs.
On the outside edge, 1-1. Some scattered Red Sox fans here in Houston hoping that David Ortiz can turn one around. Not going to happen. Inning over. To the bottom of the 11th with the top of the order coming up for the Astros in a 5-5 tie. Here at Minute Maid Park. It's tied at 5. Top of the order for the Astros: Altuve, Springer, and Correa. Altuve, a couple of hits and a couple of stolen bases in this game. Also a couple of errors. Second inning out of the Red Sox pen for Heath Hembree. I'll tell you, not everybody stayed. It's been a long one. But those who have stayed are feisty.
They're loud.
That's big league right there. That is big time.
Oh.
Altuve. Doubled in the first, singled in the fourth. High fly ball, right center field. Bradley back with room.
Man, did he put a thump into that off the bat. You thought that that might leave the park. And that is the new. You mentioned it earlier in this game, Booney, how much Altuve has continued to evolve. And this is the perfect example. He would have tried to pull this pitch. Instead, he shows off his power. In this park, it's not going to leave, but he definitely put a lot into that pitch. Now
Springer. They're having some hacks.
And this is the Astros.
Yeah.
You know, and A.J. Hinch told us, he said, you know, we've struggled with runners in scoring position. Big reason why is we're not going to be the team that's going to 4, 5, 6 consecutive base hit you. We are going to win via the home run, via the doubles. They're swing planes, and we've seen it now, 2 hitters in a row just right now. They hit under the ball. That's the way that they provide their offense. They take hacks.
0-2 the count. There was no scoring in this game between the end of the 3rd and the bottom of the 9th when Rasmus tied it with 2 outs. A 2-run homer off Craig Kimbrel. First blown save of the year for Kimbrel. 1-2 the count on Springer. In the air down the left field line. And the catch made by Holt for out number 2. So now Carlos Correa. Three home runs on the season for Correa. They all came in the first 2 games of the year for the Astros. Has not homered since. At 22 last year as a rookie. And the pitch.
I think the one thing, if you're Correa here, that pitch he missed with and ran back across the plate. But Hembree, for the most part, has been everything hard away. Even his hard breaking ball works off the fastball away. And if you're Correa, that real good power to all fields, you want to set your sights away.
See the third baseman Shaw, deep obviously, and guarding the line. Holt is about 2 feet from the warning track in front of the Crawford boxes. One and two.
Hembree's pitching with a lot of confidence right now. There's a swagger out there to him. For the most part, he's come in locating with really good stuff. That is very well executed right there. 2 fastballs that he's worked down in the strike zone. And after Correa took the last one for a strike, knowing he'd probably be aggressive, Hannigan has him work a slider off that same play, down and away. He gets the chase, and now the favorable count.
1-2. Way in there at 97, and Correa fouls it off to stay alive.
That's what Hembree's got to be careful with, though. That one was a bit of an overthrow, and you saw Hannigan wanted that thing down and away again. And because he overthrew it a little bit, it ran across the plate. It got in enough on Correa to tie him up. But sometimes when you overthrow it, that's when you can miss in the strike zone. And that's a danger zone against a power hitter like Correa.
Late on it, he hits a screamer into the seats on the right side. Two down to the bases empty for Correa. And look who's on deck. If Correa can get on, the guy who tied it in the 9th is hoping for a chance to win it here in the 11th. Again, the 1-2. Swing and a miss on a pitch up and in to end the inning. We're going to the 12th. Hanley Ramirez will lead it off for the Red Sox when we come back.
The difference of this game has been Colby Rasmus and the big hit, the big home run to tie it up. You look at his swing and what he was able to do. 107 miles per hour launch speed. Craig Kimbrell bringing in the heat at 98 miles per hour, but the key is the launch angle, 29 degrees. That was his path to the ball so that he could get underneath it, crush a pitch that was low in the zone, and the difference in this game.
So it's on to the 12th inning. And the new pitcher for the Astros is right-hander Ken Giles. We talked about him a couple of innings ago, coming over in the deal with the Phillies in the offseason. Not off to a banner start. Has been touched up for a run or runs in 4 of his 8 appearances so far. Definitely has the arm and the potential at one point to be a good big league closer. But right now, Gregerson's got that job, and Giles gives up a leadoff base hit to Hanley Ramirez. So the leadoff man aboard for Boston, and here comes Travis Shaw. 0 for 4 and also walked with the bases loaded to pick up an RBI way back in the first.
After going first pitch slider, which he's actually thrown more sliders than fastballs on the year, Hanley dumps one in the left, comes right back with 96 to start Shaw off and to get ahead.
So on this day in baseball, a 16-inning game with the Nationals beating the Twins 6-5 on a walk-off home run by Chris Heisey, and a 13-inning game where the Pirates beat the Diamondbacks 12-10. This one in the 12th inning here in Houston. And a base hit into center field for Shaw. The first 2 men on here for the Red Sox.
Well, another fastball that Shaw jumps all over. Fastball that he blows by him, but he gets the timing of it. Another fastball down away off the plate. Now he's got it timed up, and Giles comes back over more towards the middle of the plate, and Shaw rifles it right back through the middle. And now you've got Brock Holt in a possible bunt situation as you see Marwin Gonzalez down there at third, giving the signs, playing in on the cut of the grass, expecting that potential sacrifice.
Holt shows, pulls the bat back, swings away and fouls it off. Holt tonight 1 for 3, also a sac fly and a walk. First 2 men on for the Red Sox here in the 12th inning. They're now hitting the Astros 15-10 in this 5-5 tie. Pulls the bat back, and it's a ball and a strike.
Kratz kind of took that ball down and out of the zone. The K zone had it catching the bottom of the zone. Kratz kind of caught it and took it to the ground, not giving a real good presentation to Randazzo behind home plate.
Boy, did he get a tough pitch down. What a job by Holt to advance the runners.
He just gets a fastball up and in at his face, and watch him take the barrel and follow the ball instead of pulling it back. He just takes it with him. This just shows the velocity. You see how much the ball takes his barrel back, but he's still able to get it fair. And that's all about that top hand. A strong top hand to be able to hold that barrel enough so on contact he gets it down. 97-mile-an-hour fastball up at the chin.
So the sacrifice advances the runners to second and third with 1 out. Boy, Holt can help you a lot of different ways. Here's Ryan Hanigan. The infield is in for the Astros, of course. Hanigan 2 for 5. In foul territory, it will drop. Would have been interesting had it been 10 feet to the left, and if somebody would have made an over-the-shoulder catch.
And do you want to? I mean,
yep.
At the end of the day, look at Altuve in the position. I think he probably had the best chance, or he's sliding to try to get it. I mean, no one really had a chance, but if they were to catch that, Ramirez is tagging, and that's a run.
Well, this is a situation where with 1 out, and obviously the go-ahead run on third, but because there's a runner on second too, I think even with the infield in, you'll probably see Ramirez going on contact here for sure. Force the Astros to make a play. Worst case scenario, you get Ramirez thrown out at the plate, but you also still have Shaw probably moving up to third, but at least remaining in scoring position in theory as that go-ahead run still.
The set by Giles, and it's inside of the belt. 1-1 on Hanigan.
That's the discipline there for Hanigan. He wants to get something he can get in the air. It can be the breaking ball or the fastball on the plate, but that one, the fastball in and the breaking ball that breaks down and off the plate, those are the pitches he's got to lay off, because they're going to be the hardest to get with any authority into the outfield to try and score that run.
Up and in, ball 2.
And that gets your attention, but it also, as a hitter, you're obviously not going to chase that one. So Giles wants to make it so it's tempting in there. He wants to elevate it, but he wants to get it on the hands, because that won't be a pitch he can drive deep enough into the outfield. That's an easy take, although get your attention.
Uncomfortable take.
Yeah.
Inside again, ball 3, and a pitch away from loading the bases for Jackie Bradley Jr. Full count.
It's no secret where Giles wants to throw Hanigan. Hanigan, 4 straight fastballs inside.
Well, that's good execution finally, though. He got it to a tempting spot. Hanigan's cheating in there, but that's all he can do with that pitch. If he's going to square that up hard, it's going to be a foul ball. Now, with 2 strikes, you've opened up the possibility. You've got first base open, so you can pitch like you're ahead. You want to get him to either chase that pitch again up and in with a fastball, although now you've shown that so much, maybe you go to the slider chase pitch down and away.
(3-2). Fights off a fastball.
If anything, throw the slider just to show it. Doesn't have to be a strike. You get a chase from it. And that way it sets up. If you want to come high and tight again with that upper velocity fastball, it's going to look that much harder.
Again, the 3-2, and a swing and a foul back by Hanigan. He had a good rip at that one.
And that's the one Hanigan's going to shake his head at a little. He finally made a mistake with it and gave Hanigan a good one to handle. He wanted to come up and in again with it. You see Kratz jump in there, and that drifts right down the middle. Hanigan takes a good rip at it, but underneath it, the velocity just a little too much. I see a little shake of the head right there.
8th pitch of the at-bat upcoming with a go-ahead run at third. Slider fouled off.
That's a great job by Hanigan to waste that pitch. That's a 10-mile-an-hour difference from what he just saw.
And guys, this is the 399th pitch of this game.
Buster. That's a Vanderbilt grad right there.
Yeah. More than 4.5 hours in here in Houston. Red Sox trying to break the tie. 3-2 again, and a swing and a foul off. Hanigan got a piece.
Wow. And that's all Hanigan can do with this, and he barely gets it because this is the location exactly where Giles wants it. He wants it to drop off the table. He wants Hanigan to get that chase, and he barely, end of the bat, nicks the ball.
A.J. Hinch might be coming out here to challenge to see if he did indeed foul that pitch.
Well, you saw Hanigan immediately react as soon as he swung and pointed back, saying, I got something.
Upcoming the 10th pitch of the at-bat. Hanley Ramirez is at third. Travis Shaw is at second, with one out here in the top of the 12th. Hanigan trying to give the Red Sox the lead. What an at-bat.
Yeah, and after falling behind Hanigan, Giles has executed for the most part. He's got that spot. He's tied him up and in with the fastball, and now thrown him a couple good sliders. There was one pitch in this at bat that Hanigan had a chance to do something with. It was that 3-2 fastball in the middle, but other than that, he's executed at a high level here.
And there will be a pitch 12 in this at bat. Giles is making some good pitches, and Hanigan is right in battle mode right now.
I think you win it with a fastball up and in.
Infield remains in, of course, for the Astros. 2 in scoring position for the Red Sox. And again, the 3-2. And again, it is fouled off. Aaron, you got any idea what the longest at bat you had in your big league career was?
No.
Think you made it to 13?
No. Someone possibly looking that up?
I don't know. Here comes number 13. And he walked him. The bases are loaded.
Did you see the exhale that Hanigan gave? Saying, I earned this walk.
Well, now it'll be interesting to see how the Astros play this defensively in the infield. Bradley, who runs pretty well, and from the left side, would be extremely difficult to double up in this situation. And as a result, the Astros look like they're going to play the infield entirely in, so they'll be coming home with any ground ball.
Jackie Bradley Jr. Fouled straight back.
I'm actually a little surprised
that they're all the way in.
Yeah, I mean, I know that the way that their offense has been going, but I would take the risk, get the double play, and know that if you don't get it, that it's one run.
Tough guy to double up. Good speed.
I think you got to play it this way. Even though you got Rasmus leading off the next inning, and you're talking about Ken Giles, who might induce weak contact, and any weak contact is definitely going to get beat out by Jackie Bradley Jr. And I think you want to do everything you can to cut off that run, because especially now that he's ahead in the count, any weak contact could turn into a slow roller. I want the infield in.
0-2.
But now I need to see Giles expand the zone here for at least another pitch. Does not have to come into the strike zone here.
Sorry, Aaron. He's already thrown 23 pitches. 13 of them to Hannigan. And a base hit into right field. Ramirez in to score, and the Red Sox have taken a 6-5 lead.
And that's just, you cannot throw a strike in that situation. You're still ahead 1-2. You've got to make him leave the zone and hit your pitch there. This gets too much of the plate on a 1-2 count. They want to go, I think Kratz wanted him to bury the slider. Tip your cap here to Jackie Bradley Jr. He goes down and gets a tough pitch, but that just is too elevated in that situation. And Hanley Ramirez fired up coming down the line. And the Boston Red Sox bench. Rockhold with a big bunt to move those runners along.
So Giles has now made 9 appearances this season. He's given up a run or runs in 5 of them. 6-5 Boston. Mookie Betts is the batter. Red Sox looking to tack on. Ground ball to Correa, coming home for 1, and that's all they'll get. 2 down.
Good job by Correa there of just making sure he gets a clean throw off. But then Kratz, understanding there's going to be no chance to turn that double play with Mookie Betts running, just making sure he holds home plate, leaves no doubt.
So the bases loaded, 2 down now, and here's Dustin Pedroia, who is 3 for 6, a single, a double, and a triple. 6-5 Boston. And the slider is fouled off. Colby Rasmus will lead off the bottom of the inning for the Astros.
Tony Randazzo, the home plate umpire, looked like he took that maybe off the forearm. Back there for close to 5 hours now. A little reminder that you get a little rough back there.
As Buster told us, now over 400 pitches in the game. It has been a long one. Both starters struggled. Bullpen settled it down for a long time. One. Hooked foul. Nice grab. Glove on one hand, kid in the other arm. Nice job, Dad, but let's not make a habit of this.
No, he's good. Had it all the way. Got radar lock on that.
Just a little juggle of the child.
Yeah, it's all good.
He's like, Dad, I want down.
I want the ball.
Pedroia looking to add on a couple of insurance runs here. He can poke a base hit somewhere off Giles. 1-2. Drops him to a knee. 2 balls, 2 strikes on the 30th pitch thrown this inning by Ken Giles. Late night for both teams. Boston's heading to Atlanta. Houston's heading to That one to the backstop and safe at the plate is Hannigan to make it 7-5. Wild pitch adds another run.
We've seen Cats go up and get a few tonight, but this one just way out of the reach. He got a little bit of a glove. I thought he might have had a chance if he first flipped it right when he got it, but a tough play. And the catcher, Ryan Hannigan, diving in.
Hannigan's had himself quite a half inning here. 7-5, the Red Sox now lead. Some boos descending on Giles after that wild pitch. Full count to Pedroia, fouled back.
And you know, that's just a case of he obviously wants to come up and in again to try and get a chase pitch, but sometimes, especially right now early in the season, he's struggling a little bit. You want to almost make it too nasty of a pitch so you overdo it, and that's when you lose command of where you want it to go. Off the bat stop, another insurance run for Boston.
Yes, he did. Pedroia strikes out, and the inning is finally over. But a nightmare of an inning for Ken Giles and the Astros. The Red Sox get a couple, now take a 7-5 lead to the bottom of the 12th. Park. The Red Sox get a couple in the top half of the inning to lead 7-5. Colby Rasmus will lead off the bottom half of the 12th for Houston, a guy who's had all kinds of big moments the last couple of days.
He's done it twice in 24 hours. A grand slam in the 5th inning against the Red Sox to go ahead, put them up top. That was a big hit, but tonight, the bottom of the 9th with the runner on, he ties it up with a 2-run slam to put this thing into extra innings. You want anyone up to bat right now for the Astros fans that have been loud all night, this is your guy.
But that second run, that wild pitch by Giles, means that no matter what Rasmus does here, he can't tie it. It's 7-5, bottom 12. Rasmus, White, Gomez. Hembree out for his 3rd inning in relief. And a strike. Shift on for the Red Sox. 3 on the right side.
The one thing with Rasmus not being the tying run, it does force Shaw to play in on that grass because Rasmus will drop it down.
Bogarts. 1 down. Now Tyler White. Going for the Astros to tie it in the bottom of the 9th, but then if they go on to lose it, drop to 6-13. Not been the kind of 3 weeks that they thought they would have at the outset of the season. A.J. Hinch said that spring training was almost too good to be true. Everything went right for them in spring training.
Well, and think about with Rasmus tying it up, that meant Gregerson got in the game for 2 innings. Giles throws a ton of pitches. You're going to Seattle, who's playing good, a division rival. You may not have those 2 guys available tomorrow night.
The clock has struck midnight here in the Central Time Zone. Game is almost 5 hours old.
Come on.
Inside, and the count now 3-0 on White. Gomez is waiting on deck. Kicking all the way, 3-1. He doesn't look like he's having any fun.
No.
I mean, he's not leaving, but he's not having any fun.
And that's probably a pitch you want to see him take. He falls behind 3-0, then 3-1 there. You're not the tying run. That's probably a pitch. You know you're probably going to get the same thing, 3-2. You leave the zone, help him out.
Ground ball left side and booted by Shaw. So the tying run is going to come to the plate.
Shaw, as we've talked about, has played a really solid third base for the Red Sox so far this season. He actually shows pretty good range on this ball to his left. Just overruns it a little bit. I like that he goes after it with one hand, but I think he got a little past where he really wanted to go and got a little tied up with his hand there off the heel of the glove. And a big base runner on the air by Shaw.
So the tying run comes to the plate. It's Carlos Gomez, who has had a tough night, 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts. Embry in his 3rd inning of work, still throwing hard. He's been terrific. Trying to salt it away for the Red Sox. Swing and a miss by Gomez, 0-2. Boy, a lot of swings and misses for Carlos Gomez in this game. Average is under 200. He's only driven in 1 run on the season. Has not hit a home run yet this season. And a base hit into right field. Up to second goes White. Now the winning run will come to the plate.
Guys, as we've seen them do all night with Carlos Gomez, especially when they've gotten ahead, they've tried to elevate that fastball. And for the most part, they've been able to get him to chase. That pitch perhaps not quite high enough, more at the top of the strike zone. And give Carlos Gomez some credit. Having a tough season to start, a tough night, shortens up that swing. And gets on base as a tying run.
Left-hander Tommy Lane is now up in the pen for the Red Sox. And it's Evan Gattis. You know he's got one thing on his mind. Get a hold of something and hit it as hard as you can.
This was a pretty good one to do at 95 miles per hour. It's over a heart. It kind of runs a little bit in towards him, but he just gets under it slightly. You see his bat path right there.
Astros fans still hopeful. They've still got a chance. Chased up high, and it's 0-2, and he knew it.
Well, a little late on that first fastball, so perhaps dialing it up a little bit, a little quick, and a little over aggressive as he leaves the zone. And right away you see the frustration as he has now dug himself a hole. And another time where you have a couple pitches to work with where you really should not throw him a strike.
And then a good slider down and away to get him. 2 down.
Well, he starts him off with that fastball. That was the pitch. If you were going to go yard, it was on that one. He elevates the next one. He chases, and then a perfect location after going upstairs to break it down. Slider, take off some of the velocity, and that's where you see Gattis out front.
So now the Astros down to their final out, and a meeting on the mound. Ramirez comes in. Bogarts comes in. The batter is Marwin Gonzalez, who homered from the other side of the plate back in the second inning. Yeah, that was this game. His first of the season. Now he's batting left-handed. Had a base hit his last time up off Hembree. 7-5 Boston. Astros down to their last out. Runners at first and second. And a strike.
If Gonzalez can somehow reach base, you might see a hitter for Kratz. You've got Valbuena and Marisnick over there. I think that's why Tom Lane is getting hot from the left side, because you might see Valbuena come up, which would probably bring in the left-hander. But obviously they'd have to get Gonzalez on for that to even be in play.
The 0-1 outside. One ball, one strike to count on Gonzalez. Astros tied it when they were down to their final out in the bottom of the ninth. Well, that one was not much different than the one before, but this time it's a strike. Remember, it was Gonzalez who wagged his finger, wasn't it, at Tony Randazzo the last time that he was up. He might want to be swinging on anything close. Asks for time. This game is a minute away from the 5-hour mark. And the 1-2 slashed foul down the left side. I think the only thing I know for sure about tomorrow is Christian Vasquez is starting at catcher for the Boston Red Sox in Atlanta. Ryan Hannigan's getting a night off.
And he earned it.
Yeah.
Complete with the dive into home plate.
Yep. I hope he enjoyed his rest tonight. Again down to their final strike. The set and the 1-2, and it's up and away. Gonzalez can somehow come up with a gapper. You know that Gomez at first with that speed and those long strides. He's rounded third, and he's trying to come home on just about anything. Tying run at first, winning run at the plate, but 2 down. The 2-2 up and away, full count, and now the runners get a head start.
And Hembree now at 47 pitches, you know, got to be starting to fatigue. Those last 2 pitches, a fastball that went way high and away, and there a breaking ball that he just didn't finish. I'm sure fatigue a major factor at this point for Hembree, who's pitched outstanding.
So the runners will be on the move. The pitch fouled back. Meanwhile, right-hander Pat Light, just called up today, is now warming in the pen. He has never pitched in the majors.
And that's if Gonzalez gets on and Valbuena pinch hits, you get Lane into the game, and Light's possibly ready for a righty.
Altuve.
Yeah.
Welcome to the big leagues. A lot of things have to happen to get there. The at-bat continues. The runners will be on the move again. The 3-2, and it is strike 3 called. The ball game is over. A 5-hour-plus game here at Minute Maid Park. The Red Sox emerge victorious. They win 7-5 to get back to the 500 mark. The Astros still haven't won 2 in a row all season. The final score, Boston 7 and Houston 5. For Aaron Boone, Jessica Mendoza, Buster Olney, and our crew, I'm Dan Shulman saying thanks for watching and so long from Houston. Sports Center's coming up right now. Let's send you to John DeBuchagras and John Anderson back in the studio.